Most people spend their lives thinking only forward, what they want and how to.
Good morning and a warm welcome to Fogap 2026 Annual Day of Learning. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please grab your last coffees and teas and take your seat as we will be getting started at 8:30 sharp. gentlemen, a warm welcome once again. If we could please have your attention. Please be seated and welcome from the venue to give us a safety briefing, Patience.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Patience from Silver Star Casino. I'll be doing a health and safety talk. So usually we open that side as our smoking area. So for today, those who smoke, they'll have to go outside and the security will direct them to the right smoking areas. In case of any emergencies, our exit doors is the two main doors here, and then we've got another one this side. It's going to take you to the parking area where the security will direct you to the assembly points. And if it happens that there's any medical, you need medical assistance and anything, we do have an on-site clinic where we have our medics and nurse on site. So if you need help with anything, painkillers, or you don't feel okay, you can let anyone on this event to direct you to the clinic. I hope you have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Effervescent, exceptional, seasoned broadcaster, Hurisani Ravele.
Grand Rising, Absheni Dumelang Di Macheroni Abudi, and a warm welcome to Fogap 2026 Annual Day of Learning. My name is Hurisani Ravele, nishtukulu shaka maluleke, nishtukulu shaka shihlangu, ndi muduru wa chibase, mduru wa nesengani, mkororo wa Ravele macheke cheke. Macheke cheke wala mbuzets mabaranda vidori tamela koromo. Macheke cheke milenje mifupi maada dudumera. Greetings to all of you and to all of you who are joining us online as well. A warm welcome to you and thank you so much for joining us. Today we are all gathered in this room and online because we share one common belief, and that is the loss of one life in the line of duty is one life too many. And so as the mining industry, you come together every year to share lessons, to strengthen leadership, and to also continue this climb to zero. Today promises to be an insightful one, it promises to be an enriching one, and I hope that you have come in your fullness to learn with an open mind and to network and share ideas as we continue the climb to zero. To start us off with a welcome and the importance of remembering the lives that we have lost, please give a warm and resounding welcome to the CEO of Glencore as well as the chairperson of the Zero Harm Forum, Yapi Fulad.
Thank you. Very well done. Just checking. Okay, good morning. Thanks for that welcome. I'm not going to have the same effect, I'm sure about that. Yeah, good morning to all of you. First of all, it's a great privilege for me to be here. And just a couple of things before I start. I just want to also, on the board you'll see, well, that's me, sorry, on the other board. But you'll see that we've got a couple of associations here today. Obviously the Minerals Council, most of you are also members of the Minerals Council. And we've also got the big contingency here of the Minerals Council, so great to see them. Then we've got SACMA. We've also got the Association of Mine Managers, and then also SANIRE, which is the Rock Engineering Association, which is fantastic. And then on top of that, I did see a couple of CEOs here as well. I saw a couple of COOs here, general managers, senior leadership, and that just shows you the importance of a day like today. And I think it's really notable that if there are still people out there today I wish they can stand here with me and see the amount of people together fighting for one thing, one thing only, and that's to save our people's lives. And which is the most important? I mean, we all have got the drive towards Kumbula Kaya version 2, and we've done a great amount of work around that. I think I was very privileged as well to be the sponsor of this Fogap Learning Hub for the last couple of years, I think since 2019, somewhere there, but I'm sure by now you know. Now Benford, I'm not sure, where are you? I'm sure I've seen you somewhere. If you can please stand up. Just want to also say thank you to you. Benford is taking over from me as the sponsor, and good luck. I can tell you, Benford, it's a difficult bunch of people, and they're going to, and I hope they give you a bit of trouble as well. So I've got the honor and also the duty and the sorrow to stand here and to also inform you that, as you know, that last year we had 15 fatalities that occurred in the mining industry on fall of ground. The previous year we had 13, and the year before that we had 6. So you can see that there's a regression. But I do believe, and we are going to unpack that today, last year the biggest contributor, or there was a big contributor again, and that was in the area of, seismicity. So if you split it up, and we are going to do that, you'll see that if you take away seismicity, then our figures would have been okay. Not okay. Should have been 0, of course. I'm sure that you all know that year to date, as of this morning, our fall of ground fatality statistics is 0. I think it's the first time in I think that is really it just shows you how quickly, and I mean, I can tell you every time that there's a fall of ground, or like last year, this time around, we had the fatality of 3 people in one day, fall of ground. And then the chief inspector, he will call and he will say something like, we must do something. We must stand together and we must do something. Because it's emotional. It is emotional. It's emotional to lose a colleague in our industry. Because why? That person has got a family, it's got a wife, it's got a husband, it's got children. So I can understand that the industry and the people out there can criticize us to say, but we are doing nothing. But then there are days like this where we've got so many people, so many senior people, so many specialists that comes together in a forum like this and sit and spend the whole day on how we can do things better and learn from one another. And that's more important, and that's what people don't see. You see, they don't phone you to say, congratulations, you've now been close to 3 months without a fatality. But once you've got a fatality, everybody phones. But it's the work behind that that's much more important. Johan Kombrink is also sitting here today, and there's one thing that he taught me, is that safety is like sweeping water uphill. Safety is like sweeping water uphill. You can never stop. The road to zero harm is achievable. I mean, many companies have done that over the last while, successfully, until that one day. And our job is to make sure that that one day doesn't come. So we've got a saying nowadays, and I think Zitza, you also, and I mean, we talked about it, is that we've got to strive towards zero harm, which is wrong. We should have the strive beyond zero harm, because it's on the leading side where the biggest things happen. Okay, so I'm quickly going to just say a few words. So obviously, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I did do that. It's a privilege to open the 2026 Fall of Ground Action Plan Day of Learning. And a special thanks to every single one that's here today. It's an important moment in our collective journey towards eliminating fall of ground incidents across the South African mining industry. Spoken today also there to Dusendra. That's something that we do not have yet in the industry, is the trackless mobile machine day of learning like this. With the impact, the impact that you guys have done over the last couple of years is absolutely amazing. So it's something that we need to challenge ourselves. Despite the setback, as we closed 2025, the industry recorded the 15 fall of ground fatalities compared to the 13 in 2024. That's a 2% setback. These numbers are not just statistics. They present people, families, and future forever changed as they remind us why this work demands our unwavering commitment. Despite these setbacks, the industry has not retreated. Instead, we continue to push forward with determination through the implementation of the Fall of Ground Action Plan, as we all know, the Fogap. Fogap is one of the most complex and far-reaching safety strategies out in the sector that have ever been undertaken. It's not a quick fix, like I said, nor it is a matter of plug-and-play technology. And we've seen that. What one company does, you can't just take it like that and just introduce it. It's impossible. There must be adoption, as we all know. It represents a fundamental shift in how we think, how we plan, and how we work underground. Today we are going to talk about, and I must say we are very honored to have this focus towards the summit. And I thought about that. It's going to be a whole presentation on how difficult it is to reach the high point of a summit. But we go down underground every single day. So our summit is underground. It's not there. It's there. And up there, sometimes you can't see. And in many cases, down there, you can also not see. And that's where the biggest challenges lies. And as with the deep and meaningful change, the early stages are the hardest. We are investing heavily. We are learning continuously, and yet the full impact of our efforts is not immediately visible. This does not mean the strategy is failing. It means we are in the deepest part or the steepest part of the climb, or in our case, the steepest part of the underground. A place where progress requires resilience, discipline, and collective resolute. This is why the theme for this year's event could not be more fitting. Fogap 2026, the climb to zero. Every step counts. Safety, much like mountaineering, is a deliberate and demanding ascent. There is not a single moment or single intervention that gets us to the summit. I think that's one thing that everybody always say. If things go wrong, we can all stand up and say, we must work safe. We must work safe. It means nothing. To say the words, we must work safe, means nothing. It's not a single event. If we walk out here today, highly motivated, do you think tomorrow is going to change? No. It takes effort. It takes a active intervention every day, step by step, through learning, adapting, improving, and reinforcing safe behaviors and safe conditions. Every improvement implemented underground, every insight shared today, every commitment lived out on our operations represents a step upwards. Even when the summit remains out of sight, Each of the steps moves us closer to a future where no life is lost to a fall of ground. I want to touch a bit on leadership and culture. I also had the opportunity to address the Association of Mine Managers last week, I think. And the one thing that we must not underestimate is leadership and culture. It's the engine of performance. As we reflect on our journey ahead, it's important to recognize that the technology elements of the fall of ground action plans alone will not get us to zero. The real engine is the climb. In this climb is leadership. Because leadership is not only about directing effort, it's about shaping the very environment in which people think, act, and make decisions. Leadership breeds culture, and culture breeds performance. When leaders consistently demonstrate care, accountability, discipline, and respect for the rules, these behaviors take root in the organization. They become the culture room and the culture norm. The way things are done even when no one is watching. And when the culture is strong, performance follows. Safer decisions are made instantly. Risks are identified earlier. People speak up more confidently. And teams feel empowered because they know their leaders stand behind them. Because at the heart of this journey are not statistics, they are people. As long as even one life remains at risk, our work remains unfinished. So today, let us recommit ourselves to the climb. Let's learn from one another, challenge one another, and support one another. And together, let us continue taking every step deliberately, consistently, and courageously, until zero harm is not a slogan, but lived in reality. Thank you, and I wish all of you a meaningful and productive day of learning. Thanks.
Thank you so much to Yapi. Thank you for fulfilling that difficult duty of remembering the lives that we have lost, but doing so with such sincerity and I think such a sobering reflection of the reality that faces the industry. I love what the messaging and the theme is for this year's summit. The climb to zero, every step counts. And the reason every step counts and should count is because every life matters. Every team member that wakes up in the morning and goes underground is a family. And so when we gather in rooms such as this, it is encouraging to see, as Yapi said, not only leadership in the room, but also their teams. Because when the one is trying to communicate to the other about what we need to do, and the other is not understanding, it is in symposiums and gatherings such as these where that language is understood in one meaning. And so when we look at the climb to zero, one has to acknowledge that it's a journey that's filled with a lot of setbacks. For every one step that you are taking forward, you are met with some challenges, or as Yapi said, seismic activity, which is unknown, uncontrollable, and it takes you 10 steps back. And so the question becomes, how does one remain focused? How does one stay motivated and committed to this journey, even though you're faced with such hard truths and complex matters day to day? Well, who better to help us answer this question than a person who has summited Mount Everest? Our speaker today is a woman who is not only one that just talks about resilience, no, she actually lives at the highest level on earth. Angela Jung is an award-winning jewelry designer, entrepreneur, as well as mountaineer, who has summited some of the world's highest peaks, including Mount Everest from the north side in 2025. She is the founder of Impilo Collection, as well as Impilo Collection Foundation, which transforms stories of courage into tangible impact. Most notably, she's done so through her hashtag #EmpowerHer campaign and collecting, listen carefully, 8,849 bras to honor survivors of gender-based violence across South Africa. A graduate of the Gemological Institute of South Africa, an ambassador for Brand South Africa, and the incoming president of Hong Kong South Africa Chamber of Commerce, Angela brings with her rare perspective. She brings together precision, purpose, and extreme environments, which is exactly the industry and the reality that you all face in this room. Today, she is joining us to share her powerful reflections and lessons from the mountain. Lessons on preparation, on mindset, and as Yapi said, on leadership. These are all drawn from the places where the margin for error is almost zero. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Angela Jung.
Sanibonani! Dumela! Hoyamora. Good morning, everybody. It is an honor to be here with the Mineral Council of South Africa. Leaders, engineers, and professionals, especially the women in mining. Let's climb to zero. We're not going to waste too much time, because every step counts. Should we start with a quiz today? I want to know how much you know about Everest. What is the height of Everest? A, 8,163 meters. B, 6,800 meters. C, 8,849 meters. Or D, 8,900 meters. Does anybody know? C. Yes, the answer is C. So just give you a perspective, it's 8 to 9 times of the height of Table Mountain. Does it make sense to you? Okay, so the second quiz. What is the lowest temperature on Everest? Minus 60, 40, minus 30, minus 20? You're going to get a promotion. It's A, minus 60, with the wind chill. Just give you also another perspective. Your freezer at home is minus 15. Does it make sense? Okay. I also want to know how many days it takes to climb Everest. 50 days, 35 days, 60 days, 40 days? 60. For me, it took me 50 days. Some people it takes 60 days. So I'm going to talk about why it takes 50 days for us to climb Everest, almost 2 months, right? Okay, so the last things. You see that I am wearing this summer suit. What does this color remind you of? Yes, our South African flag. So I've been climbing with this flag the whole time. Most people have their own color, mostly have yellow color, but I specially made this for South African. And I did a little bit of comparisons of Everest and mining. Should we just have a look? Do you remember the number 8849? The altitude of Everest below the sea level, above the sea level. And the mining, we're talking about, I'm sure you guys know better than me, 1,000 to 4,000 meters below the ground. The temperature in Everest, it's minus 40 to minus 60 in the wind chill. And the temperature in the mining it's 40 to 60 degrees. Durations, for us, during the acclimatization, we climb around 8 to 12 hours a day, but on a summer day and summer push, we climb almost 15 to 20 hours a day. That's how we push for summit. And for duration, mining, day shift 8 to 12 hours. In Everest, environment is low oxygen. Mining also, low oxygen. Everest's primary risk is icefall and avalanche. In mining, low oxygen, heat, and the fall of ground. In Everest, the higher you go, the less margin of error. And mining also, the deeper you go, the less margin for error. You know, I've actually sat down and write my book and realized there's so many lessons that I actually learned from climbing. But today, because of time limited, I'm just going to touch on 4 key lessons: resilience, preparations, mindset, and hope. Of course, the key lessons is knowing your why. Why are you doing this? And I thought a lot of people wants to know my why. A little bit about myself. My own climb didn't start from the top of the Himalaya. It began in silence. A child who always felt invisible. My mom is Japanese, my dad is Chinese. And if you know the history between China and Japan, they're not very friendly with each other. I'm like a child of a Romeo and Juliet. In my culture, I'm a colored. Because of the barrier, exactly. Because of the barrier of the culture, it was very difficult for my mom. In those days, mixed marriage is not encouraged. So when I was only 3 years old, my mom decided to leave without saying goodbye. And we ran all the way to the airport and realized she left. You know, 50 years ago, there's no Wi-Fi, no fax. The person's gone is gone. And I don't know why I say to my dad, it's going to be okay. But I was only 3. What did I really know? And he struggled so much to brought me up. And my hair is always messy. My clothes is always mismatched. And people say to him, you're such a loser. You can't even look after this little girl. Look at her. Why don't you just send Angela to the orphanage? But isn't that you got this auntie of yours? She's got mental problems. She's always at home. Leave her. Leave Angela with her. So after a few years that my dad remarried, and they decided to come to South Africa during apartheid in 1990. It was very difficult because Hong Kong was British colony and has to return back to China. That was the reason we came here, is because of political reasons. And guess where I grew up? I grew up in Bloemfontein. Yes, ek verstaan bietjie Afrikaans. And you know, it was very difficult to actually catch a bus, and those days are very difficult for me because I look different. And people will stare and stare at me when I catch a bus. Because most of the people who look like me, they will be fetched by their parents or drivers or their au pairs. I learned very young, you either climb or you shrunk. After 30 years of constantly looking for my mom, in 2017, I finally meet her after 30 years. You know, that moments remind me of some mountains takes longer to climb. Because of my very difficult childhood, I could relate some of the girls' problems and also their experience, especially I'm a mother. And I truly believe you can only give when you have. So in 2018 and 2019, I was invited to climb Kilimanjaro for caring for girls. Girls that cannot afford sanitary pads and missing school 50 days a year. And when I received those donations and buy the pads, and we go back to the Free States, that's where I grew up, in Bojabella, we give back to my community. You know, people often ask me, you know, you're a jewelry designer, why would you, want to climb the mountain? And also, how do you become a jewelry designer? When I was in varsity, I have to earn my own pocket money. So every holiday, I will have to sell acupuncture inner soles. I don't know, do you ever know what is acupuncture inner soles? While you're walking, the sole is actually massaging your feet. So I will work at the rancho, any malls that ever, I will hold on to the pamphlets and says, you know, this acupuncture inner soles is really healthy for you. It's 35 rand a pair. I make 5 rand as a commission. Imagine how many pairs of inner soles that I need to sell. But every time I was help my clients to take off the shoes and put on the inner soles. After work, no matter how many times I wash my hands, my fingers will still smell of feet. And my friend saw me that I really struggle, and she says to me, why did you help my mom in a jewelry shop? They need someone who can speak Chinese. And I said, of course, I would love to go and help her. And every time when the group comes, I would never say to them, hey, that's the bathroom. I always bring them to the bathroom and make sure they're okay and coming back to their tour. Without fail, every time I will get a compliment from my clients. And one day, the manager says to me, hey, Angela, we actually have another department doing diamonds. We're cutting diamonds. Would you like to go and try and see if you like it there? Of course, I would love to. Angela even haven't seen a diamond in her life. I think I could really relate to you from mining to something that I work every day. Like I say, you know, someone who's always indoor, I never do things outdoor. Like my brilliant husband, he always says to me, hey, let's go camping. I says to him, you know, the only star that I want to see is 5 stars. Why are we going to camping, you know? And I love doing ballroom dancings, you know, doing things indoor. I really have to learn how to climb from someone who are always wearing high heels to crampons. So I began to climb not for sports only, but for humanity. So when your goal is clear, your mind have a visions, and your body react, that is powerful. In 2020, people are suffering. I say to myself, what can I do to help those people? I call out on social media, friends and family, to collect food drive. And we managed to collect 10 tons of food. And who's Angela to give out those 10 tons of food? We gave out to the GBV shelters, OH home, and orphanage. Later, so that's how actually motivated me to start the Imperial Collection Foundation under my jewelry brand. And later we received 1 ton of sanitary pads. We gave out to HIV home and also special girl. And one of the girl came up to me and said to me, Auntie Angela, next time when you come, please bring us some bras. And I'm looking at them, they're not wearing a bra. Perpetrators see that as an invitation of sexual attention. And I said to myself, how many bras did I need to collect? Then I did a research, and that year there was 2,700 women die from gender-based violence. Initially, I'm going to collect 2,700 bras. We came back with 6,200 bras, and we laid them out. Thank you. We laid them out at the Constitution Hill by the women's jail. We wash, we pack, we label them. We gave out to 3,100 women in South Africa. So our foundations has been continuously collected hospital beds, libraries, books, and 10,000 liters of sanitizer during COVID. That was goal. We gave out to 60,000 learners in the country. Blankets, anything that you can even think of. From empower her, to empower him, and to empower them. We even have educational program. For the last 6 years, we impacted almost 100,000 people in South Africa, self-funded. And that year, I actually climbed to 6,200 meters. Do you remember the 6,200 bras? I went to 6,200 meters in Island Peak, in the Himalayas. You know, thinking back, I'm not this hardcore woman. You can see that I'm a little petite person. I'm not the fastest person in my group. I'm always the last person, slowest, and playing catch-up at the back. And they are much taller than me. And I realized when they put one step, climbing one step, I have to do 3. But because on the mountain, it is not a competition. It is not a game. It is about endurance. You climb on your own pace. Let's talk about resilience. You know, many things happened during COVID. One thing, they actually threw a drone around the Himalayas, and they realized this mountain called Manaslu, 8,163 meters, that summit, everybody been summiting the whole time in the history. It's not the real summit. So I became the first South African woman who climbed to the true summit of this Manaslu. So after I summit, the winds storming, and the snow was heavily. The weather just changed within 5 minutes, dramatically. And the slope was very icy. I couldn't hold onto the rope with my glove, and I fall from 10 meters. It was horrifying. Those other climbers saw this, they horrified. Someone's falling. 8,000 meters. There's no helicopters can even reach to that high. No rescued. So what should I do? I have to push myself down to 6,800 meters for 8 hours in extreme pain. And you can't stop. Because when you stop, you close your eyes. That's where things happen. You will die from fatigue and dehydration. So my summit suit was so frozen. This is a summit suit. It was so frozen, I couldn't even take it off. Then the next day, the rescue company called from the satellite phone in 6,800 meters. They asked me, is there any blood? I say, no. Is there anything broken? I say, I don't know. But my foot is like elephant. I couldn't even fit into this boot. Okay, so can you send a picture of your feet? Okay, 6,800 meters, that's no internet. How am I going to send a picture of my feet? Oh, so sorry. You're not qualified to be evacuated. They actually left me there. And I saw all the other climbers start going down. I was the only one left. You know, it's cruel, eh? You're the only one left. Because people really don't, you know, the climbers, they don't really care. The only person next to me was my Sherpa. I told my Sherpa, please call your expedition company. No matter what, send me a heli. We'll worry about the cost later. My life worth more. But you know, in that moment, I never ever doubted I would die there. Because if I have to claw myself down to the base camp for another 10 hours, I would do that. For 6 months, every day I woke up in pain. I was hurt, depressed. I was broken down in pieces. I kept going to the physio, putting needles, getting professional help. At the same time, a lot of self-doubt, asking myself, am I good enough? You know, those are real questions, because risk is not an enemy, it's ignorant. Yes. Then I changed my philosophy and strategy. I'm focusing on my healing and working closely with my professional. Because no, you can't climb this alone. We could only climb this together. And they climb with me, and they plan my training, my diet, and to help me to recover. There's 4 parts of training, like strength training, technical climbing, endurances, and cardio, breathing exercises. So behind training, I still have to run my own business. Lots of sacrifice with the time of my family as well. For months and months, I do a lot of researches, and I found the suitable expeditions company. I ask very, very deep questions. Who has the highest rate of successful rate? Who has the lowest mortality rate? Who will turn people around when they have too much ego? Because safety first, right? And also, packing is one of the key elements in an expedition. You pack too much, or you're packing something that you think you need, or you think you want. What is that you need on the mountain? Those are very important questions. Because overloading yourself, that's going to cost you. That's going to cost your life. Also, you could fall anytime because you carry too much. So something that also shifted my mindset, that's I don't just focus on the summit anymore, but making sure I descend safely no matter what. So interesting, most people will ask me these questions. 99.9% of people, they will ask me, how was it when you get to the top? But no one, very little people, they will ask me, how did you actually get down safely? I want to tell you the secret. It's very, very secret. You're the first people who actually really know. I'm serious. I don't actually talk about this in my other speeches. It's called inversion thinking. Should we watch this?
Most people spend their lives thinking only forward, what they want and how to get it. And that's fine if you're aiming for pretty average results. But if you're aiming for something extraordinary, like the top 1%, then you need to think differently, because the greatest thinkers in history didn't just think forward, they also thought backward. It's a mental model called inversion. And in this video, I'm going to show you exactly how it works, with real examples and practical ways to start using it today. This model has completely changed the way I think and make decisions, and I hope it can do the same for you. Now let's bring this model to life with a story. Part 1, the man who saved countless lives. During World War II, the military had a serious problem. Too many planes were getting shot down. To fix it, analysts started studying the planes that made it back from combat. The idea was simple. Figure out where those planes were getting hit, then reinforce those areas with more armor. They examined them closely, recording every bullet hole, every bit of shrapnel damage. And patterns started to emerge. Some areas, like the wings and fuselage, were riddled with bullet holes. Others, like the engines or the cockpit, were almost untouched. So the logical conclusion was to add more armor to the areas that were getting hit the most. But then comes a statistician named Abraham Wald, and he sees something everyone else missed. He made an observation. They were only looking at...
But I think you need to carry on.
Most people spend their lives thinking only forward, what they want and how to get it. And that's fine if you're aiming for pretty average results. But if you're aiming for something extraordinary, like the top 1%, then you need to think differently, because the greatest thinkers in history didn't just think forward, they also thought backward. It's a mental model called inversion. And in this video, I'm going to show you exactly how it works, with real examples and practical ways to start using it today. This model has completely changed the way I think and make decisions, and I hope it can do the same for you. Now let's bring this model to life with a story. Part 1, the man who saved countless lives. During World War II, the military had a serious problem. Too many planes were getting shot down. To fix it, analysts started studying the planes that made it back from combat. The idea was simple. Figure out where those planes were getting hit, then reinforce those areas with more armor. They examined them closely, recording every bullet hole, every bit of shrapnel damage. And patterns started to emerge. Some areas, like the wings and fuselage, were riddled with bullet holes. Others, like the engines or the cockpit, were almost untouched. So the logical conclusion was to add more armor to the areas that were getting hit the most. But then comes a statistician named Abraham Wald, and he sees something everyone else missed. He made an observation. They were only looking at the planes that survived. Think about it. These planes took damage and still made it home. So the bullet holes we're seeing, those hits weren't fatal. But the planes that got hit in the engine or cockpit, they never returned. So the conclusion is actually the opposite of what people assumed. Don't reinforce the places with bullet holes. Reinforce the places with no damage, because that's where a hit is fatal. Wald had just applied inversion. Instead of focusing only on the planes that survived, he shifted his attention to the ones that didn't make it back. He looked at the problem from the opposite side, and that simple shift in perspective saved lives. That's the power of inversion. Okay. Part 2, the two faces of inversion.
Okay. I think I'm just going to show a little bit about that, because I applied that in my next climb. It's called AMMSA in 2024. I went back to the Himalaya and climbed one of the most technical climbs. Can we please have the slides? Yeah, okay. Okay. Because this AMMSA is one of the most technical climbs in the Himalaya, 6,183 meters. And I applied this thinking in this climb, focusing rather safely returned, instead of just thinking about summit the whole time. And also, I trained for failure, not for success. My technique was, don't practice until you get it right, and practice, you cannot get it wrong. So knowing the bad decision look like, understand the life-threatening event, that really changed me. And I get to this 838 meters without oxygen. Okay, and my mentor says to me, hey, Angela, you ready for her? When we say her, that's the monster, Everest. And I didn't climb to the very usual side. I climbed on a very difficult and very technical side on the north side. The last South African woman who climbed from the north side was 26 years ago. Why it takes 50 days to climb her? When we say we climb up and we sleep low, so you climb up, you get down again. You climb up again, the next day, you get back down again, until your body acclimatizes. So when you see the summer period open, that's only 2 to 3 days. That's why you see on the south side, usually that is traffic coming through. But on the north side, because it is so technical, and you need to have 8,000 meters to qualify to climb from the north side. That's where the Tibet side coming through. And when you get to 8,000 meters, that's the Camp 3, we call them the dead zone. Your body starts dying down, slowing down, because low oxygen. And because your body stopped producing blood cells. And a lot of people actually couldn't come back down, because going through that dead zone, it's very difficult. But guess how long I can stay on top of Everest? Does anybody can guess? 5 minutes. Yes, you take a picture. Some people take for so long, they look like they're the only person climbed Everest. They came back. This is what happened to them. That's what happened to one of our climbers. And last year was one of the most risky weather period for Everest. Almost 50% of them have frostbite and high altitude sickness. But how? How did I came back in one piece? Yes, I got frostbite on my face. You still can see some of them. I lost all my toenails. But I came back in one piece. 0. Climb to 0. I want you to watch this video with me.
I just arrived here in base camp.
Make sure you record this so we can remember.
Here at the Everest Base Camp, north side. So today we're going to go to ABC. Saturday, the 8th of May, afternoon, around 5 o'clock. This morning, I did about 10. Finally get to this clamping point.
So that wasn't long ago. It was 24th of May. I was very proud to be South African. Stood on the top of Everest. I wasn't alone. I was carried thousands of women and survivors across South Africa. You see, I wasn't just climbing for summit. I was climbing for a purpose. Like the MC was saying, we collected 8,849 bras. Every meter of Everest, I collected a bra. It's a symbol, it's a message, it's a movement. Like I say, I've actually learned a lot through this experience, from leadership, skill, and critical thinking under pressure. And how did I navigate and the mindset and the responsibility climbing to zero? And if you want to learn more about it, I actually have Everest simulations. I can do it with your team, and you can find me on LinkedIn. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Angela. I don't know how many of you are taking her up on that simulation of Everest. After I saw those pictures, Keshab. I'm sure we can do simulations at meat. We just see how much meat we can get together, see how much drinks we can put on the side. We see, there are better ways to learn hard things.
Exactly.
But thank you so much to Angela for sharing her experience with us. I think I take from you just a few lessons, and one of them was around purpose. For you, Angela, it was climbing for humanity. For all of us in the room, and for you in your industry, it's those families, every single individual that goes underground. That is the why. That is the purpose. Resilience through the wind, the storms, the snow, the pain, the frostbite, no one is coming to save you. You're on your own just with your Sherpa, but knowing that I can still do this.
Exactly.
It's not my time yet. Speaks so much to how the journey and the climb to zero will require you to remind yourself all the time, why am I doing this? It's hard today, but I still need to get up today, tomorrow, and the day after that. And lastly, around preparation, I cannot believe for months and months and all the pre-climbs that you do just to get to Everest for 5 minutes. I mean, no, we should be having like a patinyana, maybe 3-day conference to say we arrived, right? But what that says to me, Angela, is sometimes the victory is going to be short-lived, but it will always be worthwhile. And so as we go and we fight through, to get to the climb to zero, there may be short wins along the way. Don't stay there too long because there's still work to be done. Because as Yapi said, the goal should not just be the climb to zero, it should be to move even beyond that. So thank you so much for sharing your story with us and the similarities that we can take and the lessons that we can take with us. And just as a token of our appreciation, we'd like to give you this gift. Thank you so, so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Let's take a photo. And we will do a Q&A after our next speaker so that we're able to take on questions for both of them. Please give Angela another round of applause. Now, we've had a little bit of a change to our program. I'm sure you're looking at it, and I know you're engineers, which means you're meticulous. Right now, you're like, we should be doing something with Mentimeter. We have taken that to the end of our program because we think that it will be more beneficial once you've heard from all our speakers today to be able to then discuss and have some input into what's next for Fogap. So it is still happening. We're just moving it right to the end, which means that we are moving on to our next item, and that is Lawrence Skeepers talking to us about fighting seismicity. Now, I'm not an engineer, but I'm an intelligent young woman that is doing a master's, so I read, right? And in my reading, I learned that the type of rock determines the kind of seismic activity and the way that it behaves underground. And therefore, having a one-size-fits-all in order to address seismic activity is not the solution. And so we need to ask ourselves, what is it that we need to be thinking about and talking about, and how do we approach fighting seismic activity? And that's why I'm just the MC, but Lawrence Skeepers is the expert, and that is what he is going to be sharing with us next. Please welcome Lawrence.
So I'm supposed to have a clicker. Take it to Everest. Thank you. So I need an icebreaker myself. The other people are very comfortable on stage. So I just want to say hello, Christo Pottas. So Christo had his 50th marriage anniversary a week ago, so well done. But he's even longer in mining. So Christo, maybe in the break you can tell us who's more difficult to understand, the rock mass or the wife. It'll be interesting. So I want to try and get to a bit of feedback on the seismic research project, but I desperately want to put it into context first. So first context, you heard Yapi discussing this, a regression in the seismic fall of grounds. So you can see on the graph provided by the Minerals Council, last year's regression. Maybe I put it a bit more context. You can see the green line there in the graph is the seismic fatals. And you can see over time there's a bit of an improvement. And actually, if you remember years ago, you take this graph even further back, that improvement was much more visible. So looks like we are starting to reach a plateau. Now, just from a statistics perspective, you cannot do statistics on this kind of numbers anymore. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 a year. So it's not a statistics game anymore. Individual incidents need to be properly investigated and made sure that you can prevent a repeat. So forget about statistics. So how do you make sure that you understand the seismic event, the rock burst? You have to start with reviewing your design. So a couple of years ago, the Minerals Council and the RETC presented the industry ground control framework to the industry. And in this ground control framework, you can see, first of all, it's circular, it is continuous, but your very first starting point is understanding the risk, doing your risk analysis, and then based on your risk analysis, you will do your macro design. What is a macro design? Well, that would be in our deep level mines, it is partial extraction. You can't take everything. You have to leave something behind, else your seismic risk is just too high. Large regional stability pillars. What is the maximum mining span you can mine? What do you do with your major geological structures? You bracket them. Micro design, what's your lead lag that you want to have? What support you want to put in? What is your siding depth? Stuff like that. And then, once you've got your design sorted out, you implement. So the engineers will already see quickly, it is the engineering life cycle. Design, implement, monitor. What is important with the implementation is obviously your line management control to make sure that your implementation is proper. Things like critical management controls, critical routines, critical life-saving behaviors, they all find a room in this spot. And then you monitor. Why do you monitor? You want to understand your rock mass response to your mine design and implementation. So without monitoring, you don't know whether you're successful or not. Yes, when there's a failure, you've got a data point, but obviously you want to monitor before you get a failure that leads to a fatal accident. So monitoring to understand your rock mass response, number one. And yes, then in there is also monitoring to maybe be able to give early warning. Don't know where in the slides I'll get to it, but I want to jump on it right now. You should be aware by now that we cannot predict seismic events. Individual seismic events in terms of location, magnitude, and time. We cannot predict. It is not going to be a reality in the near future either. So do not bank on prediction to save you. Maybe it's also prudent to say, if you're of the mindset that if only I can predict, I can withdraw the people, save their lives, and send them back in. What are you sending them back to? A broken place. So the continuous lack of production will kill the mine in any case. Obviously then, with all the information from your monitoring, you review it, and then you feed back into your macro design, micro design, that whole life cycle. But if you understand or you identify something that you don't understand, then you have to maybe put it into research. So that's why the research button is in there. So I hope I'm not going to even reverse. So we have a short-term seismic hazard rating system that is operational in our deep gold mines. We try and take it to our deeper platinum mines that also start experiencing seismic risk. But this was developed over the previous many years, up to 20, 25 years, when researchers and seismologists still had the hope that we would be able to predict. How does it work? So you'll create a polygon around your area of interest, where your active mining is. And then you will review the seismic response in that area. And the best that we can currently do is compare the current seismic response to the recent history. You've got a bit of control over it, but in principle, the last 3 days seismic response, you compare to the last 3 months seismic response. So if there is a change now compared to before, obviously you should assume that there is a potential increase in risk. So I show you there in the, unfortunately it's a little bit low. There are 5 parameters that's been looked at: apparent volume, energy index, activity, Schmidt number, and a large event. I'm not going to try and explain Schmidt number and that stuff to you now, or ever. But activity rate is an easy one for all of us to understand. So if the number of events is increased now compared to what you had before, there's an indication that the risk can be increased. So these parameters, by the way, are the same parameters that have been developed in the research phase when the guys were trying to research towards prediction. So they've identified these parameters to be the most appropriate seismic parameters to include in your prediction formula. Prediction doesn't work, but we still use it for our short-term seismic risk. Okay, so they count up, and If most of them are low, your seismic risk is low, you continue mining as per usual. If they count up to maybe a medium hazard, maybe you do something else. You identify that as the working place that your management team visits for that day. So they'll change their priority. Make sure everything is in good condition. And then if it's high, you don't allow the people into the stope. You withdraw. So obviously when you discuss withdrawal or don't allow people in the stope, you talk about losing production. You lose that shift. So you'd want to be pretty accurate with your short-term hazard assessment so that you don't lose unnecessary shifts. Unfortunately, we review the success rate year on year, and it remains low. It's not a good prediction tool. But we don't want to let it go because we have saved lives. And even if you've saved a few lives, it's worth it, so we go for it. But we realize that's then a reason to research what can we do to improve this short-term rating system. So you've had feedback on the research project before. So I'm not going to give you all that feedback. What we've landed is a best practice guideline for seismic monitoring underground mines. So there's a guideline, it's available online. You can go to it, especially if you start fresh and you're not experienced. You've got something to go to that you can go and see, how should I plan my seismic network? It helps you to start with developing monitoring objectives. Once you understand your monitoring objectives, you'll be able to design your seismic system. It helps you to understand the distances that or the density of the network, all of that stuff. So it is available to you already. What I want to try and get to is, so what did we not get? What did we not get from the research so far? We didn't get a more accurate short-term seismic hazard rating system yet. We didn't find someone out there internationally that has got the answer, that has got this beautiful rating system that we can adopt. We didn't find someone out there that's got new or additional parameters that we can add to our rating system to improve it. As sad as that is, there is still some hope, because close at home, Sibanye-Stillwater has made some progress towards new parameters that we can use, non-seismic parameters that we can add into the rating system. And I'll shortly tease you with what that is. So, yeah, I'll have to use words because the picture is a little bit small. So there's a mining area here that I show you where you've got a reef that's been mined out at 3.5 kilometers average depth. And that is the pink or red color that you see there. You can see a lot of regional stability pillars, reduced mining spans, all the stuff that we spoke about earlier in terms of your mine design. And now we're mining another reef about 140 meters above the original one, so that it experiences semi-de-stressed areas and extremely high-stressed areas, depending on whether it's mining at that point above the mined out area or above the previously left pillar. So obviously a high seismic risk area. And what we've developed is a monitoring system that includes closure monitoring. So the rock engineering guys will remember François Malan era, he's still here, François Malan and his era of developing the closure discussions. So closure is simply the hanging wall and the footwall coming closer together. And what we've seen is that we can, with the instrumentation that I'll touch on just now, very accurately measure the closure. We pick up closure with a blast. So when you take out the next piece of ground, you increase the mining span, that piece of ground carried stress, it's now removed, and you get a bit of closure. Less than a millimeter, hundreds of millimeters we can pick up. In this graph I can't point, so you're going to have to just look carefully. You'll see I've got a graph on a piece of software that shows time in the horizontal axis, and I've got 3 different measures showing in time. The bottom graph, easiest to see, is closure. You can see there a big jump in closure that was associated with the large seismic event that occurred close to our closure instrument. In the middle, you can see these black dots. So we've installed an accelerometer. That accelerometer measures very small seismic events. We call it crack counting. Not sure if everybody will enjoy that, so let's just call them fracture counting. And you can see we've been able to pick up immediately after the seismic events high densities of these fractures happening. So we know it is there, but we're now able to measure or monitor them. And on the top line, you can see the regional seismic network reporting on the larger seismic events. So one thing you can see is the additional information, vast additional information that we add if we don't look only at what the seismic system records, we also look at what other instruments can record. So what we desperately want to know is whether we will be able to record precursory activity. Gaan vorentoe. So just quickly on the instrumentation, our closure meter is a smart track, simple telescopic instrument that you install in the stope between the angle and the footwall, but it's got Wi-Fi communication capability. It works on a battery life up to a year. We've had one place that we have had more than a year battery life. And then on the bottom photograph there, you must look closely. There's an accelerometer. It's this size. It fits into a jumper hole drilled by your normal production hole. So no special equipment, relatively cheap. High noise, I'm not going to waste time on what that actually means, but we are listening to the seismicity nearby, not the remote stuff. Can't pick that up. Then in your stope where you've installed it, they all gets connected to an enclosure where there's the loggers and the power setup. And that is close to the gully box. There's power up to the winch box. There's power up to the winch, so we can piggyback on that power to run the enclosure, and from the enclosure to the stope. So right at the bottom, you see all these black triangles. They represent schematically the closure instruments. So these closure instruments communicate wirelessly to your pickup, to your logger. And then the red one indicates the accelerometer. They get together, and that gets communicated on copper wire to the shaft, and then on fiber to the office. So we get every 10 seconds an update on closure and accelerometer data in the office. What I don't show there is the automatic timing unit. So that's the part of the big success. So there's a simple automatic timing unit in the system that puts all the instruments on common time. So when the data comes in, it's got a timestamp in, they're on common time, you can show them in software on the same time graph. So that makes it very nice to do analysis where things happen over time. Maybe then, I hope there's time for one example. I didn't check what time I must be finished. So there's one example where we've had 3 large seismic events in a pillar. There's a 2.6, a 2, and a 2 that happened in closely spaced in time as well as in area. And Then we did a bit of a back analysis. And you see again there's closure, and then there's what the seismic system reported. And what we could see here, this is about the 14-day time period that we're looking at. And you can see a time period of relatively stable closure. Look at the bottom graph, highlighted it in green. You see a relatively stable time period, and then you see a significant increase in the rate of closure. And then you see the jump in closure when? At the time of those 3 large seismic events. So what we can see here is precursory closure before the major events happen. So there may be situations where if you are able to monitor closure, you'll be able to have fair warning of impending major seismic events. Doesn't always work, but at least we've got one example. This is one example from one mining area that we've instrumented. So where we are now is we need to expand this. And so Fogap is eager to take part in this research, to take it forward and to make it available to the mining industry so that we can improve on the short-term rating system. And hopefully we'll be able to add this monitoring data to the normal seismic data to significantly improve on our short-term rating system. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Lawrence. If I could please ask you to stay on the stage with me to take some questions. I know you're only from the stage, but I'm here with you. Maybe it'll make it better for you. So, engineers, you are you're clocking it here. And I'm just sitting here saying, what are they saying? But I will say that the one thing I took from it, I think, is a similarity that I can apply to relationships and dating. Look at the last 3 days seismic activity, compare it to the last 3 months of the seismic response, and then I can see, are we going forward or is a major event about to happen? I got it, right? It makes sense, yes! Yeah. So do we have any questions for Lawrence? We do have some time. If there's anything that you would like to ask him to just expand on, or as they say, pull a thread on from his presentation, let me have a look. Don't be shy. Okay, we've got a question here. We've got another question there. This side of the room. This is Kaizer Chiefs behavior. This right here. And I'm a Kaizer Chiefs fan, so I'm allowed to say this, okay? We're not winning, it's fine. Let's keep quiet. Let's not say anything and not bother people. We will let the Paganias on this side lead the way. I suga Pagania, please. All right, let's get the question. Please do stand up so that we can see you as well, because we are broadcasting to our online audience, so we want them to be able to get the benefit of your question.
Okay, thank you. Lawrence, I understand about the microcracks, but then if you are looking at the microcracks and looking at your acoustic mission, it might be the same thing. Then when you are monitoring your microcracks, then you won't. Okay, in most cases you cannot give a warning. In most cases, it's because of then the microcrack counts. It might happen microseconds before the event. Then how will you give the warning if it will be within 1 second and you've got employees underground?
Thank you.
Thanks. Is it on? Is it on? Can
Yes,
you hear
it
me?
is. Yes.
So the important thing about prediction is how long before the time do you get the warning? So obviously, it makes sense that the warning will be clearer in the time right before the incident. But what the guys in the research phase have seen is sometimes it is dead silence that happens in front of a large event. So that's what makes it so difficult. What we're looking for is whether we can find precursory activity that's more than an hour before the incident, more than 2 hours. What we've seen with the closure, there was 3 days of accelerated closure before the event happened. So there was really enough time, actually too much time. You don't want to warn 3 days before the time and stay out and not sure if it's going to happen or not. And you don't want to warn 5 minutes before the time because you can't necessarily get hold of the people. That makes prediction very difficult. But what we have seen in the research so far is sometimes we do pick up precursory activity. Hell, we have to give it a go and see if we can identify precursory activity in the time span that's important to us.
Thank you. And our second question came from the gentleman at that table.
I'll come back to you. Morning, Lawrence. Thanks for the good presentation. Thanks for the good presentation. I just wanted to check with you, Lawrence. When you were doing these studies in terms of seismicity, did you check on the years that we had few fatalities? Like 2022, I think we had about 2. And then I think it was the time that we started rolling out the Instope support in terms of aerial support. Did any of those implementation assist in the reduction of the fall of ground fatalities? And also, with the years that we saw the rise coming back, where we went to 6, did we check in those operations, were they doing aerial coverage support, or is it operations that have not implemented the aerial coverage? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I think that's the reason I started where I did, to explain that the research that we did is in the short-term seismic risk assessment phase. All the important stuff that you ask now is in the design and implementation phase, and that's first where you have to go and investigate. And a lot of that data for the recent failures isn't available yet. The mines are protecting it a bit. But what we do know historically is our reduction in seismic fatalities comes from, first of all, partial extraction. When they changed from huge longwall mining to mini longwalls or sequential grid, leaving regional stability pillars, there was a massive improvement. Mine-wide backfill, massive improvement. Now we start getting to, okay, so what else? The way that we treat the structures, improvement. And then came in permanent blast on mesh, massive improvement. But how do you explain last year's regression? Because we've got more permanent blast on mesh last year than the years before. So it's not an absolute golden bullet. But every mine has to forget about statistics, go back to the fatals that they did have, and in this case the seismic fatals, and start off and make sure that they've got the right investigation in terms of, was my design correct, was the implementation correct? And that includes the best practices that have been advertised, like permanent blast on mesh. But I cannot tell you whether the places that did suffer last year had permanent blast on mesh or not. I can tell you my company do have.
Thank you so much. And thank you to Lawrence for that insightful presentation and answering the questions as well. Oh, Lawrence, jammer, I forgot. We've got a little geskenkie to say baie dankie for your time. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
You might be scared of the stage, but at least you get something, yabo, for the stage fright. And let me tell you, it's a really nice gift in there. It's something all of us would want, maybe your kids would want, but just a hint, yabo, so that we at least are bridging his gap and giving him some Instope support there to get on the stage again next year, because we're going to need you back again, Lawrence, to give us an update. So thus far, we've really looked into where have we come from and where are we at now. And there is nothing more important that you can do when you're on a journey than having that introspection of, from launch to now, how far has the journey gone? And what is it that we've done well, have not done well, what's working, what's not working? And that is the section that we're entering into now. We'll first turn our attention to the screens to watch a video, and thereafter we will be joined by a gentleman by the name of Mr. Edwin Muleko, who will let us know how things are going in terms of the Fogap implementation when it comes to Pillar 1. But for now, let's take a look at the journey thus far.
Every day at mines around the country, miners start the journey to their places of work. often deep underground, where they mine the minerals that keep our country going. It's hard work, and if you don't do it right, it can be dangerous. That's why safety must be at the core of all that we do. Back in 2021, we realized we were not making an impact to reduce the fall of ground fatalities. Because of this, the CEO of the Zero Harm Forum mandated the Minerals Council's Rock Engineering Technical Committee to collaborate with the South African National Institute of Rock Engineers to develop a strategy to eliminate fall of ground fatalities in the industry. More people die of falls of ground incidents than any other risk. We had to do something. The Elimination of Falls of Ground Fatalities Action Plan was developed through RETC and SANIRE and is supported by the Association of Mine Managers South Africa and the South African Collieries Managers Association. The results were not what we expected. There was actually an increase in fatalities between 2024 and 2025. 15 more people died of fall of grounds incidents than the previous year, a 2% increase. Despite this setback, we persist in our efforts to eliminate fall of ground deaths by implementing the Fall of Ground Action Plan. The Elimination of Falls of Ground Fatalities Action Plan, or Fogap, is a comprehensive strategy that has 6 pillars, each including a variety of initiatives aimed at making the fall of ground technology safe. Pillar 1 focuses on adoption of leading practices. Since its inception, Fogap has identified and promoted 2 leading practices: Instope lighting and permanent aerial support coverage, or blast on mesh. Instope lighting not only improves geotechnical safety, but also makes work areas safer and boosts morale. Pillar 1 also aims to eliminate the risk of working under unsupported rocks. Fall of ground, or FOG incidents, are responsible for most of the injuries and fatalities in the mining industry. The use of wire mesh on the roof of stopes supports and stabilizes roofs and makes places of work safe from fall of ground incidents.
It's that mesh that we are talking about. We are using it every day. We don't take it out. Then when we are drilling or blasting, then it may be damaged here. Then we bleed the rock inside. If there is a rock that we want to fail, we control it. Then after that, then we install another one.
Ever since we used blast on mesh, we've never had any fall of ground incident. So we are able to keep the rocks where they are supposed to.
To make drilling safer, we trialed the use of hydro-powered drilling machines at the Impala mine. Not only were these drills more accurate, but also quicker than pneumatic drills. We noticed that using the hydro-powered drills with the drill guides drilled even faster than without drill guides. The hydro-powered drill is also much lighter and can be operated remotely, removing employees from potential harm. Hydro-powered drills are less noisy, and because it uses water, dust is eliminated. We are currently validating the Impala trial outcomes in a pilot project with Harmony at the Joel and Doornkop operations. In spite of operational and administrative setbacks, the Harmony trials will be finalized by the end of 2026. Then we will develop a business case and use it to advocate for the use of drill guides and hydro-powered drill machines as 2 separate leading practices. Our second pillar speaks to research and development. The rock engineers identified 3 areas that needed to be researched. Barring was identified as one of the high-risk activities, contributing to almost 60% of fall of ground incidents. Barring is the practice of making the workspace safe by getting rid of loose rock that can potentially fall during mining.
One of the theories is that people get very tired during barring activities, which can impact on the quality of the barring, as well as your alertness, how aware you are of your surroundings. As you know, when you do exercise, when you get tired, you start losing focus, and you're more prone to making mistakes. So the theory is, if we can give someone a tool, in this case an exoskeleton, We aim to reduce the boring of the exercise, to make sure people don't get as tired, which means it should improve the quality of the boring, but also people can maintain their focus and alertness so they don't make a mistake or enter into an unsafe area.
After successfully testing the exoskeleton at the University of Johannesburg, we also tested it underground at Sibanye-Stillwater's Kopaneng mine in the Northwest Province. We wanted to see how it performs in real-life underground situations. We look forward to phase 2 of testing, which will focus on testing asymmetric functioning of the exoskeleton units. As part of this pillar, we focus on improved or optimized seismic hazard rating and warning systems. Phase 1 is complete, and we have a set of guidelines for the development of seismic monitoring systems, data collection and analysis, as well as a seismic hazard rating tool. SANIRE is currently arranging a webinar to popularize the outcomes of Phase 1 of the seismic project. We are also looking for systems and technologies for real-time monitoring and proactive warning of instability where we mine. We've identified LiDAR, radar, and photogrammetry technologies as early warning systems. Tests show the photogrammetry tool as the most efficient in detecting small changes, but this is still a prototype. We are working closely with the Mandela Mining Precinct and the OEM to have it commercialized. Pillar 3 focuses on skills development. There is a shortage of rock engineers in the industry, and the only way to address it is to train more. As part of implementing this pillar, a learner management system, or LMS, was developed and launched in 2024. The LMS is currently up and running and is housed by SANIRE. The platform is called the SANIRE Academy. After reviewing all rock engineering learning material, 3 gaps were identified: hydrogeology, drilling and blasting, geotech data collections and analysis. Service providers have been commissioned to develop learning material to cover these gaps. Furthermore, a service provider has been appointed to develop geotechnical safety awareness material for general production personnel to improve geotechnical safety performance. Pillar 4 seeks to review the guidelines for a mandatory code of practice for mitigation of geotechnical risks and the finalization of review of Chapter 2 regulations on appointments, duties and responsibilities, including revised responsibilities of rock engineers. The Mine Health and Safety Council has experienced delays in finalizing these projects. Pillar 5 is focused on how to create a zero-harm enabling work environment. It includes the safety of teams working underground by ensuring they have the appropriate experience and skills, making available all required material and tools to execute tasks effectively, and creating a psychologically safe environment where workers feel comfortable to report safety concerns. We identified all criteria that must be addressed to create a zero-harm enabling work environment, and we used this information to create a web-based app called the Beehive. We launched it last year at the Fogap Day of Learning, but because of data security issues raised by the Minerals Council Legal Department, we had to halt rolling out the app until these concerns were effectively addressed. Once the concerns are all addressed, we will move on to the next phase of the project to promote the widespread industry adoption of the app, because it can help workers to stay healthy and safe. The Beehive app will also improve general health and safety, and not only geotechnical safety. Pillar 6 asks of us to implement and monitor. Fogap is one of the most complex strategies ever attempted in South African mining. It represents a fundamental step change in how the industry approaches the prevention of fall-of-ground accidents. There are challenges, but in spite of these, it reflects the reality that the industry is still navigating the most difficult stage of change, where effort and investment are high, but results are not fully visible yet. The long-term success of Fogap lies in embedding sustainable practices that ultimately drive the elimination of fall-of-ground fatalities. And this is why we chose the theme, The Climb to Zero. Every step counts. As part of implementing Pillar 6, we have developed falls-of-ground leading indicator guidelines. At every mine, every day, and at the start of every shift, the zero harm message is re-emphasized. It's ingrained in every worker at every level, at every mine. The ball is in our court to develop the tools and systems that will make it so.
Good morning, everyone.
I'm safe. Zero harm. Zero harm.
I hope that this video is a testament to the conversations that started in this room, perhaps at a different location many years ago, but the fact that there is progress. Yes, it may look as though the numbers have regressed, but it's important to know that when we say every step counts, even the ones backwards count. Because when you understand what it is that pulled you back, you're able to propel forward with more insight, skill, and knowledge. And I think that this is what the story of Fogap so far is telling us. For us to understand it on the ground at Evander, I'd like to welcome Edwin Muleko, who's going to share with us with a particular focus on Pillar 1 in terms of what's working, what's not working, what are the challenges that they have experienced, and what is the progress that has been made when it comes to underground lighting. Please welcome Edwin Muleko.
Good morning, colleagues. As introduced, my name is Edwin Moleko. I'm currently the mine manager of Evander Gold Mine, which is one of the operations owned by Pan-African Resources. So I'll just take you briefly through the implementation of Instope lighting and what has been the benefit thereof, to our safety performance. And together with me on stage are my colleagues, Ntantla Pagati, who's the Sheikh manager, and Mahil Fori, who's the chief electrician on the operation. Just to briefly take you through the contents of the presentation, we'll just take you through the introduction of EGM, the safety performance with specific relation to fall-of-ground management incidents, then the strategic interventions that we did with regards to Instope lighting, and then the implementation status and progress, and then some of the challenges that we then identified and then, resolved in implementing the Instope lighting. Some pictures, the key learnings, and then the roles and commitments from all the stakeholders with regards to the implementation, and then the way forward, and then lastly, we'll then conclude. Okay, for those of you who might not be familiar, Evander Gold Mine, in terms of the gold mining space, is sort of an outlier because we find ourselves around about 160 kilometers away from where we sit now. Just about 10 kilometers out of Secunda, we're surrounded by a lot of coal mines. So I think with the exception of your gold fields, your Harmony mines, and your Sibanye Stillwater, we sit there, roughly 60 kilometers from Springs, mining the Kimberley Reef. So that's why I say we an outlier, because if you look at most of the gold mines where they're situated, they're either here in the Westwits or in the Free State. But we sit there amongst the coal mines as a sore thorn. But yeah, that's where we are. Currently mining 2 shafts, 7 and 8 shaft. If you look at the mining lease, we sit on about 35,000 million ounces in resources that we can explore. So I think with that, with the aid of the Instope lighting, we're able to successfully mine the shaft pillar, which for most rock engineering can be daunting. We don't normally mine the shaft pillars, but at Evander, we successfully mined it. We've now successfully opened up some ground on both 7 and 8 shaft, so we're looking currently without any additional implementation of money. We just pumped about 2 billion, so we have a 13-year life of mine at both 7 and 8 shaft. So those are the projects that we're doing. We have the Egoli project, and then we have Poplar as well on the table. which is a phenomenal resource that we can then develop to go forward. So I'll just hand over to Ntatle Pagati to take you through the safety performance with regards to the Instope loading. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Ntatle Pagati. We'll take you through some safety stats in terms of ensuring that now we roll out the system in terms of safety performance. These are the FOG is one of the critical issue that we had at EGM. So now, in the 14th of July, we had the fatality recorded in the race, and then on the 20th of February, a serious injury this year recorded due to fall of ground is a strain burst in the shales as we are mining towards the 25E level. The majority of incidents with regard to fall of ground were poor visibility in stopping areas, inadequate barring examination practices, non-compliance to standards, and behavioral issues including shortcuts, which is one of the issues that the industry is struggling in terms of behavioral patterns. Now, despite the existing controls, visibility constraints, and inconsistent application of safe work practices continue to contribute to fall of ground incidents. Looking at the last 5 years in terms of the fall of ground, we will see coming from 2021, 2023, there's an increase. But now if you look at now coming from 2024, there's a downward trend in terms of our fall of ground incidents. We started implementing a system last year, but now we are seeing a very good trend in terms of the downward trend. When we implemented this, especially where we're mining the pillar. We started with the mining of the pillar. We've seen that actually working for us in terms of exposing all the areas, especially in terms of fall of ground, so that now they can be able to be bagged or properly supported. So we've seen this downward trend due to the Instope implementation. Although we are not yet 100% there, my colleague is going to talk about that, but now we've seen really an improvement in terms of this Instope lighting.
Morning all. Just to bring under your attention, I'm not representing any of the suppliers here. The lights that we are using is just what's working for us. I actually had another thing in mind, but it's not going to work. I will not be able to switch off all the lights. So I want to ask you to switch on your cell phone's flashlight. Okay, close your eyes. Put your light in front of your face with your eyes closed. Okay, open your eyes quickly. Okay, that is how it feels for most of the guys for 90% of the day when you are working on the ground with a lamp on your head. So just keep that in mind. Okay, why underground lighting? The introduction of Instope lighting is critical, engineered, controlled, aimed at addressing one of the key contributing factors to fall off ground incidents, poor visibility at a working phase. Underground mining environments are inherently high risk with no natural light and complex geological conditions. Reliance on cap lamps alone has proven insufficient in ensuring optimal visibility for safe work execution. Okay, further studies have shown that dark environments increase fatigue and the risk of injury. Underground environments with insufficient or no lights can compromise alertness, concentration, productivity, and cognitive function. I had to go and Google that word. Low light workplaces can disrupt circadian rhythm. That also. Give me electricity, that I can sort out. These. Okay. And that can lead to short-term issues such as sleep deprivation, depression, a weakened immune system, substance misuse like alcohol and drugs, and insomnia. For example, many of us have worked just shifts on a night shift, or you have worked the breakdown for 2 days, and then getting back into your sleeping routine, it is very difficult. Okay, so to improve workplace visibility for better hazard identification, enhanced safety performance, and increased work efficiency. That is one of the main reasons why we are busy with implementing all the lighting on the ground, on the work faces. When combined with the MOSH entry examination, this will serve as an effective tool to improve hazard recognition, identifying loose rock, slippery footwall, panel marking, and installation of support. It will also promote better footing to prevent slip and fall. Okay, strategic intervention. This is now what we have picked up. We actually started off in 2024 with the Instope lighting. So the objectives: improve visibility at a working phase, enhance the quality of barring and examination, enable early identification of loose ground, reduce reliance on handheld cap lamps as a primary light source. Okay, implementation status. So we have started, like I said, and our manager also explained, we were, I think, one of the few mines that mined the pillar. So we actually started off by mining the pillar where we installed our first set of lights. I'll show you now with some pictures also. So the pillar sections, we rolled it out there at first, identifying and equipped with Instope lighting at a 7-shaft training center. That's why we started off, just to get the people familiar with it. Completed at pillar section on 16 level, now progressing to 24 level. We had to get our standard and procedures in place. Specifications for Instope lighting have been developed and approved. Training and awareness. Ongoing training provides the crews on the use and benefits of our Instope lighting. Additional progress. Instope champions appointed to drive adoption and compliance. Change management phase completed successfully. In execution phase, that's where we currently in progress. You will see there we're only standing at 55% at this stage. That's due to a few reasons. We opened up a few new working places at 8 shaft, and we're also busy opening up working places at 7 shaft. But that will be finished before the end of year. Most of the places will have Instope lighting. Okay, challenges that we have accepted, and I think that is throughout the mine. We know the mining industry. So this is just a few of the challenges that we have picked up. Resistant to change, availability of stock. At the stage we had a problem with getting some of our spares. Discipline, the maintenance, training, and accountability. Because nobody wants to really take accountability for something that's new. Okay. This is the lighting of the light system that we are using on our mine. It's really a simple, I see they are here also. It's really a simple system. You've got your power supply, and for the campers, this lights won't work when you go camping. It's 36 volt AC, so leave it at a mine, please. So your transformers are 525, 36 volt AC, and that gets connected to your winch starter box. Then if you've got your extension lead and your lights, and just your connections. We have opted specifically for this sets that we are using for a few facts. But one of the things, it's a plug-and-play system. If you go and have a look there at the back, it's if one piece of light is damaged, you just take it out and you plug it in and you just go on. It's an easy system to use. This is just while we were busy, this is part of our training program as well. This is just the installation procedure. The removal procedure is just the opposite. This is a normal working area underground with the Instope netting without lights. This is here where just lights was installed. This is our own, what do we call it, history. This was done 17th of the 10th, 2024, when we installed our first Instope lighting. This was at 16 level to the pillar. On the first picture on the left-hand side, you guys will see that is like normal underground conditions. And the second one, I took the photo with the flash, the camera flash, and the cap lamp shining there. And the one on the right-hand side is just after we have installed the lights, just to show you how it looks like when it is in working condition. This was when they also installed some of the lights in the gullies as well. There you can see the difference it really makes. That is how it looked underground. It really does make a difference. This was on 24 level when we started enrolling them there on the D line. Okay, and on the specifications, luckily the experts is here also to help me out if I struggle a bit or I don't know all the answers. But like I said, it is a 36 volt AC system, 525 your primary side, and 36 on your DC side. We have measured it on the face, 5 meters from the lights, between 50 and 60 lux that you get. Okay, this was also part of our implementation program. We draw up the installation procedure, our lesson plans, and our risk assessments. Then our key learnings. Successful implementation of Instope lighting requires a structured and a well-supported approach, underpinned by the following key elements. Rational and support. Senior management should be involved. Support and complete buy-in from all stakeholders. Financial support. There should be enough human resources, artisans. Systems to have in place. Availability of spares, training and coaching, storing of equipment, and then your roles and responsibility. Like I said, lesson plans, risk assessments, training, making it part of the MOSH entry examination. Once again, training at the training center when they come back from leave. Drafting a standard operations procedure, risk assessment for installation and removing of the lights, clear indication of the roles and the responsibility of each role player. Clear understanding of the installation, handling of the lights, and discipline. Okay, roles and commitments. I'm not going to go through all of them, but I just want to elaborate on the ones that is highlighted. Communication. Roles and responsibilities of the various stakeholders. The importance of the Instope light. Crews needs to understand the purpose of the lights. Communication should be clear on the installation and the removal of storage of the lights. And then the production supervisor and the mine overseer, because they are actually the main custodians of the whole setup to make it work or not. Install lights in the correct locations. Implement measures to prevent misuse or damage of the lights. Ensure lights are in a good working condition, well maintained, and that all necessary accessories are available. Ensure lights are stored correctly as per SOP. And then I want to highlight by the electrician, this is what we do. Connecting lights to the main supply and ensure that it is safe, inspect and maintain the lights. And then with each new installation, the electrician will go with the crew, install it with the crew, and he will also do a PTO on the crew. And then success depends on discipline and commitment. If the team is not disciplined and committed to using the lights correctly, desired outcomes will not be achieved. Okay, our way forward. Accelerate full rollout of the Instope lighting across all stoping panels, especially at 24 level. That's why we now opened up a few new working places. Integrate lighting as a mandatory critical control for FOG prevention. Incorporate into our DMS, that is our maintenance plan that we use on the mine. Continue behavioral interventions to eliminate shortcuts. Okay, our conclusion. The implementation of Instope lighting is demonstrating measurable impact in reducing fall-off-ground related incidents. Sustained improvement will depend on full rollout, consistent utilization, and continued enforcement of critical control management at operational level. And then there's a saying that we all know, teamwork makes the dream work. That's our song.
That is our song, and you sang it well, sirs. Thank you so much to Edwin and Tlantle as well as Michael. Thank you for that insightful presentation. A token of our appreciation to say thank you to you. And I'd like to also hand over this special award from the Mine Safe Awards, which was awarded to Evander Gold Mines for being the best adopter mine of FOG leading practices. Well deserved, and congratulations. I'm sure someone's taking a pic. Oh, they're waiting for you there. We will get that picture taken before we head over to our tea and coffee break. You must just watch. Give us a moment. We need the photos, Pella, guys, because when we are reporting at FOG next year, we must say what happened at the day of learning. So thank you very much for your attention and your patience during that moment. Right, ladies and gents, I think we have earned a well-deserved tea and coffee break. If I could please ask you to be back at 10:55 so we can all just settle down and start at 11 o'clock sharp. A few announcements, though. All the presentations that you have seen and will see later on will be available on the Mineral Council's website. And for those of you who did sign up for notifications, they will be emailed to you. And please do interact with our EONs that have joined us today and be able to just touch and feel and have conversations with them to see what, as Michael was saying, no one wants to take accountability for something new. So perhaps take a moment today to really have that tactile experience and that knowledge that you're able to take something back to your minds, to your offices, and to your teams that could truly progress the climb to zero. Also, please interact with any of our speakers. I see you, Lawrence. He will be ready for any questions you want to ask him that won't be on stage. We also have Angela still here with us if you'd like to ask us some questions and take some pictures as well. And as I said, please be back at 10:55. To our online audience, hi, I didn't forget about you. Please have real tea and coffee in your cup, ne? Just because you're at home. And it's Friday and it's month end, don't do funny things, please. We are watching you, okay? Enjoy the break, ladies and gents. We'll see you shortly.
This is a journey into sound. A journey which along the way will bring to you
in speed. In speed. In speed. In speed.
Street of New York. back on the hot, muggy street of New York.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for making it back into the room. If I could please ask us to take our seats and settle down, and we will commence with our program at 11 o'clock sharp. Thank you.
Je veux que tu saches.
One, two, it fell. All right, welcome back, everybody. As they say in the choir, 16, Ibambe. You can pick up that conversation in our next coffee break. Thank you so much for keeping to time. I am a stickler for time because I don't want us to rob you of any part of the experience today in any of the talks. And of course, welcome back to everybody that is joining us online as well with your real tea and real coffee. Sinjongile, we know, okay? Just a few announcements before we head into this part of our program. If I could please ask all our speakers, just 15 minutes before your time, please head over to the technical desk so we can make sure that you get mic'd up and that our transitions to each speaker are nice and smooth. If you left something in the ladies' bathroom, please come to me. I'm sitting over at this table here. I'm an auditor, not by trade, I'm a marketer. But I will have an auditing question to ask you what it is, because I know what it is. So if you left something in the bathroom, please do come and get it from me. Right, our Fogap 2026 Day of Learning continues as we hear feedback from some of the implementations of the Fogap initiatives. Now, earlier on, you saw the underground exoskeleton in a video, and we now get to hear a little bit more about this trial that is currently happening at Sibanye Stillwater. Please give a warm welcome to Wahashu Madini Murawudzi to share this presentation.
My check, am I audible? Okay. So it's actually Orisan, it's actually Madini Murawuzi. Yeah. So by the way, yeah, as you know, I come all the way from the humble streets of Vendanjere. There's a place called Chikui Village. And we normally have a saying, it goes like, Manga amtuka. Manga amtuka na asumachiro. I don't know what manga is in English, so I would give you an accurate translation. But it essentially says, a young boy's struggles does not define his future. You understand? Okay. So Before I jump into my presentation, I have a short video that I will give a thumbs up just now to my guy that side to play. But before that, I know a couple of you are probably wondering, why is this one ruining his nice attire with the helmet? Belongs in the sides, right? And I was just thinking about that, you know, driving down this side, you know, in the comfort of my Rolls Royce. I know haters will say it's not a Rolls Royce, but that's fine. So I thought, what do I tell them? Do I tell them the truth, the deep truth, or do I tell them the truth to cover up the deep truth? So obviously the cover-up truth would be that I'm wearing this helmet every day underground in another initiative, Fogap program, which is the Stop Drill Guide program, but I'm not here for that. So, I mean, I would say, why not wait today, you know? But the deep truth would be that I've actually figured out that I'm a bit more handsome in the helmet, you know? So, so yeah, but anyways, with that, with the ice broken, I'd like to go ahead and show you a short video of the initiative, what's happening at Sibanya.
We are here today at Kopaneng Shaft, which belongs to Sibanya Stillwater. It's a trackless mechanized operation in the Rustenburg area. And the purpose for us being here today is to demonstrate what is the progress on the trials that we are doing with the exoskeleton. And basically the exoskeleton is a tool that we, together with the Minerals Council, want to develop for the industry so that we can ultimately have a tool to support our barring practices.
With the strong arms. Barring is one of the exercises that needs energy. So you get to get tired easily. But with EXO, at least it helping you to reduce that fatigue, and then it gives you enough power to bar.
Today I had a chance to use exoskeleton when I was barring. It was so flexible. It helped me to hold my hands for a while, more than before when I was using my own hands when I was barring.
The industry got together through Fogap and decided that we need to invest in a tool to support our employees to be able to bar safely and continuously. The development process is at this point of time indicating that the tool, it does help and support fatigue during the process of barring, and it can be applied for both male and female.
I think it is going to make a difference because remember we start barring from a waiting place until to our working place. On our traveling way, if we worn this exoskeleton, it's going to help us barring on our way throughout until to our panels. So it's going to reduce the maximum number of fall of grounds.
If you just think about it practically, this can be developed even in lifting of sandbags, lifting of cement bags. You can utilize this tool in various aspects. Potentially, I would like to see this developing in the industry and support the mining industry, where our employees can see the benefit in order to conduct their work business safer.
If it's going to help save lives, I would like to see it being rolled out to all the men.
I'm trained, I'm safe, I'm committed to zero harm.
Okay, thank you. We can then jump into the presentation from here on. So Madini is a mechanical engineer by profession, but also a leader, you know, in nature, which has enabled me to excel in my role as a project manager and obviously underground as a technical operator in some of the projects, where obviously I have to engage with a lot of people, also with getting involved with behavior change, which I think I view as the lubricant to any implementation. Without it, the machine breaks down. Yeah, before I also jump into the presentation, I want to thank Lerato Tsele for the amazing setup. I mean, what you see here is a vision, and thanks thanks to Mirupa for helping, bringing that into reality. And then further acknowledgements around the project itself. I want to say that the Minerals Council and the Rock Engineering Technical Committee would like to extend their acknowledgements to the Sibanye Stillwater leadership for taking on this initiative, allowing us to use some of their mines to try out this. And one of those mines they gave us is Kopaneng mine in the Rustenburg region. And I want to thank Mr. Carlo van Rensburg, who is the vice president that side. I'm not sure if he's here, might not be. And then I also want to thank Mr. Fortune Mukhaneti, who is the mine manager. He welcomed us into the mine and gave us a nice section to work with. Then next, I want to thank the amazing Gerard Devy. Yeah, he took the project and made things happen. And hence, we have to emphasize the role of, behavior change management. Because you see, our mines, our employees love their jobs. And they've been working a certain way for maybe 15 to 20 years plus, So they're very resistant to change. Anything that is a bit different, a different way of working, they perceive as a threat to their work. So it requires proper communication. The lubricant must be there. It must be there all the way. And then with that, I also want to thank Andre Graham, who is the man who also made things happen underground. He's our supervisor, strata control officer. Then finally, Eric Mufukeng. This is our main data collector underground. He's the one that made sure that the data that we received was reliable, proper, and accurate. And I will explain it further in terms of in what way, in upcoming slides. But Eric is, I know Eric, you're aspiring to be a strata control officer, but I thought, man, why not? Let me put it there. Because I see you, I see you getting that. I see you getting there somehow, and they're here. They hear you. They know. Okay. So then, let me jump into the actual study. Why were we doing this, and what exactly were we doing? Were we piloting, products that are ready for industry? Were we trialing, to see if, we can develop a technology for mining, to essentially help our employees, strengthen them, or help reduce or eliminate fatigue in some of these strenuous activities like barring. So basically, I've already told you the answer. We are not piloting. We were not piloting. We were not rolling out. We were trialing. And we wanted to investigate if this thing, as it is any valuable. Is it promising to a point where we can say we are ready to then start on the journey to actually develop something for mining? Because remember, this is we borrowed this from manufacturing. And so we can't take it as it is and say, what, let's just apply it. It's got too many things that are not proper for mining. So with that, we also, in parallel, were identifying shortcomings of these products that we were testing. This gives us ideas of, should this be viable? Then what sorts of shortcomings are there with the current products? What can we improve? What does the product actually need to look like, you know, the final product? So the trial details, as I said, it's in the western limb, the mine. It's Sibanye Kopaneng mine. It's bottom pillar mining with the width of about 2.5 meters. So we tested 2 exoskeletons. Yeah, currently we tested 2 exoskeletons. But as you know, if you've been here previously at Fogap, you might know that we actually procured more, about 4 exoskeletons in total. And then the way Eric collected data was in a form of qualitative questionnaires. So the participants would then normally bar and finish barring, and then afterwards Eric would go there and then you know, ask them questions and then he answers. So that this eliminates things like you know, loss in translations and all of that. So we successfully tested 100 participants. My boss will know that, Lerato will know that getting data within mining because of the resistance is one of the most difficult things. So these 100 participants that we managed to test, I see it as a major milestone or success, you know. Yeah. Okay, so I'll just take you through the journey, like in terms of how we find ourselves here, from the beginning, from where we started to where we are. Obviously, we started around 2021, where we identified barring as a problematic, activity, because it was killing about 30% or contributing about 30% of all FOG fatalities. So in 2023, we undertook a research with a company called RIS, and then we shortlisted about 8 exoskeletons or promising exoskeletons, upper body support exoskeletons, and then we procured 4. Then the following year, we took those exoskeletons to a laboratory test at UJ, just to see, you know, muscle activation, to see if this can potentially provide strength or relieve some fatigue. Then the results proved positive in terms of reduced muscle activation. In 2025, we then went to Sibanye Gold. We did a on-surface barring simulation. And then we tested 2 of the 4 exoskeletons. There were 6 participants, 35 participants involved. And then the outcomes from that were that 75% of the participants showed some improvement on one or both tested exoskeletons. Then underground tests, which is what we did mid last year and then towards end of last year, and then we finished finally beginning of this year. And then we tested 100 participants, 2 exoskeletons were tested, and we wanted to confirm the viability. So, yeah, what were the results from that? So, what happened is that let me say, from the questionnaires that we used, we asked the questions, and then from those questions, we were able to derive some graphs. So things like, does this participant prefer to bar with the exoskeleton? They've barred with it. Do they want to use it? Do they prefer to use it versus without the exoskeleton? So what we found was that about 70% of the participants actually said they prefer to bar with the exoskeleton, while about 25 said no, and then 5 said, you know, they don't have a response to that. So what are some of the takeaways from this overwhelming 70%? Does it mean you can go and now purchase this and roll it out in your company? Probably not. What it actually tells us is that this is a promising technology, and this validates the need to then develop a mining adapted product or products, in line with this. So yes, they are promising, but they're not mining ready as they are. Then, a couple of those questions were, does this particular exoskeleton fit you well or not? And obviously, because it's not a one-size-fits-all, it will fit some people it won't. And then we also looked at, do you prefer to use the exoskeleton, as I said? And then we also looked at, do you work faster with or without the exoskeleton? So we split this up into two categories, into those that are good fits, it fit them perfectly, and then those that were poor fits. And then we came up with about 12 subcategories. So when you mix these three factors. So what's interesting is that yes, 52% said in total, 52% said it's more efficient, they work faster with the exoskeleton. But how many of those were actually good fits? How many of those said they prefer to use the exoskeleton? So I'll take your attention to the last bar, the longest one. You see that one, the why. Essentially, those are people that said, this thing fits me well, I prefer to use it, and it was efficient for me. And those make up about 34% of the total sample. And then followed by then 13% who said, it fits me well, I prefer to use it, but I don't work faster with it. So there could be a reason why this person said they don't work faster with it. It could be that they had to stop too many times to adjust it, or maybe it's heavy. There were many factors involved. And then I also want to take your attention, more importantly, to the 11, which is at the bottom is NYY. Those are people that actually said, this thing does not fit me well, but I prefer to use it and I work faster with this thing. So that's an interesting thing, and it tells us that bad fitting did not take away the benefits. This person still wants to use this thing, even though it doesn't fit them well. Okay, so we also asked these people, what then do you like about the exoskeleton? And this is a word cloud. So the largest words were the most overwhelming or the most common out of the participants. So a lot of people said it increases strength, followed by it reduces fatigue. And then we also had people saying it's lightweight. Obviously, this is product specific because the two products were not the same weight. And then some people said mechanical assistance, some people said ease of use, some people said it's comfortable, and some people said, it makes them feel safer. Okay. Then let's talk about fatigue, which is one of the key measures of this whole trial. So a total of about 49% actually said they felt less tired, after barring compared to when they're not wearing the suit. Then followed by 29% who actually said, well, I don't feel any difference, I feel the same. But it also means what this 29% tells us is that these people did not, what I'm saying is this 29% shows promise, it's part of the green because they didn't, wearing the exoskeleton didn't make them feel more tired, you know. So essentially, these people can potentially turn into the green over time, should this thing become, you know, designed well for mining, because there's a lot of challenges, as you will see as we move forward in the presentation. So only a small minority, which is about 16%, actually reported saying, no, this thing made me feel so tired compared to when I'm barring without the exoskeleton. Then I go on to another complicated graph, which looked at, you know, does this thing fit you well, yes or no? Are you more tired or less tired with or without the exoskeleton? And then there's another interesting graph there, the blue hashed graph. It's normalized. You can look at that one as the frequency of adjustments while these people were barring, how often they had to stop to adjust these things. I think what's important is the comparison in terms of which one is the highest and the lowest. And it essentially complements, this frequency essentially complements whether this thing was a good fit or not. For example, I want to take your attention to the middle graph there with the green thingy surrounding it. So the percentage of participants there is 38%. And those are people that actually said, this thing fits me well and I feel less tired, you know, while I'm wearing it. They have very low mean adjustment rate, about 26, which shows that perhaps they're saying they're less fatigued because they are good fits. They didn't have to stop too many times to adjust this thing. It fits them well. And then another positive out of this graph is and it's a surprising positive because these people, the 14%, actually said, this thing does not fit me well, and but I'm less fatigued at the end. But you can see that correlation because this person said it doesn't fit me well, and the adjustment rate is quite high. It makes perfect sense, right? So then you also have a category of those who actually said they are more tired. Then you also have the category of those who said, you know, they don't feel any difference. Okay, then we also asked the question, what can be done then to improve the exoskeleton? This looks deeply into the shortcomings then of this thing, you know. What were the problems? We had problems like, which is major, waist belt challenges. These people were saying you need to improve the waist belt because remember in mining you have other equipment like your rescue pack and your cap lamp and all of that. So these things need to integrate properly. So those are some of the shortcomings that come with, you know, this product's not being made for mining. And some people said, improve adjustability, sizing, because a lot of people had to struggle with adjusting them because remember, these things are made for stationary tasks, whereas, you know, barring you're quite active. Lots of dynamics there. So some said reduce the weight, some said make easier to clean, some said improve the strap locking system, make it easier to carry. Some people actually said replace the fabric padding with plastic. This was quite interesting for me because a lot of people complained about heat retention because this padding is fabrics and it absorbs a lot of sweat, and now the body can't really cool off. In conclusion, These things are viable because 50% of the participants said they experienced fatigue reduction. There was about 70% prevalence among respondents. Even poor fit users actually benefited, and both devices actually showed mechanical effect. And then there were limitations, obviously, that have to do with fit variability, discomfort, and adjustment instability. Then the way forward would then be, testing phase 2, which is newly we procured new accessories that I'll show you in the next slide. And we also plan to engage with universities to conduct some further research towards developing a fit-for-purpose product. And we also want to engage with local suppliers using our own technical specifications that we're busy developing. And yeah, we'll have to see in terms of the patent challenges. Then, yeah, this is just to show you guys. On the left, I don't know if it's on the left is phase 1, that's the arrangement. On the right, it's phase 2, because you see, we are of the view that barring is asymmetrical. There's an arm that is thrusting and an arm that is, supporting, So, but obviously there's challenges with that. You might have to switch sides and all of that, but we'll see as we go. With that, I'd like to say thank you. And to those that have become quite acquainted with me and to the entire mining industry, I'd like to bid you farewell as I transition into another industry. But I shall be back. Thank you.
Who said this for you?
I can see.
No, I want to thank you first. Your hands are already here.
I love
this. Well, thank you so much for that insightful deep dive into really understanding what's happening when it comes to pillar 2 of the Fogap initiative's research and development. And what I loved was your first slide of acknowledgement, and it speaks to what was said earlier on by Michael when he said that it takes courage to go first, and nobody wants to be the one that takes the risk to do something first. So to Sibanye Stillwater and to all the ones that worked on this project that are showing us, the progress, we say kudos to you and thank you for your time and all the best in your new industry.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
Madini, not Madini. Chivenda is a very complex language. Do you know what the difference was in the pronunciation? The fact that the D in his name didn't have a little kapi underneath. So when it has a kapi underneath, it's Madini. And when it doesn't, it's Madini. You see, you're welcome. Go and tell your Chivenda friends, you learned something new today. Right, we are now moving on to our next module. And this one is really about understanding the design strategies that can be used in order to combat fall of ground incidents. And we need to take a moment for who is going to be giving this presentation, because I understand that for the very first time in Fogap's history, we are going to be hearing a presentation from the coal sector. Woo! Come on, somebody! Please give a warm and resounding welcome from Siriti Creel Colliery, Lindo Gusha Kumalo.
Mic check. I'm audible. Okay, so today we're going to talk about or try and share with you some of the experiences we had, the challenges we had rather, specifically during the year 2024, when we were challenged with quite a number of incidences at Creel, which involved intersection failures. Basically, there was falls of ground that came down with support. So, but I think in the whole day of learning, I did share quite in depth about the different parameters that were involved there, but today is more about how do we now keep sustaining this position we find ourselves in, because we haven't had a fall of ground since in an active mining area since the 4th of July 2024. So the strategies and the changes that we had to implement actually have been working so far, but how do we sustain our current position now going forward? I see now we're talking about I like the statement on actually beyond zero harm. So that's some of the things that we're actually looking at, trying to understand what is at play and how our material is actually behaving to gain more understanding. And there's been quite a lot of role players and stakeholders that were quite involved in this, that we had to engage with them, and they were so willing to help us. So I'll just give a bit of background on Kriel in terms of locality. Where are we mining currently in terms of our 18 months plan? The complexity of the geology of this block F, which is the current block that we are mining. I'll touch also on the stratigraphy. So we're dealing with quite soft rocks, soft rock material. So you'll get an appreciation in terms of what we're normally dealing with. I'll also give you a bit of background on the fall of ground incidents that we had, especially in terms of the statistics, where we come from, where we are, and also some of the intersection failures and the learnings as well. We needed to be more flexible in terms of the changes that we had to implement, and I think the senior management on the mine in terms of this, being willing to be flexible, being willing to change at the right time, when we were faced with this challenge of fall of ground. Then we'll also look at now the design process. Where do we fit in within the design process, or our processes actually aligning with the engineering design process that we have, and where the shortcomings. But then most part of it will then looking at the design analysis and what we've been doing in the projects that we embarked on in 2025. So we developed through a normal fault with a throw of about 6 to 8 meters. We also undermined the river at very shallow depth of about 30 meters or less below surface. And these were quite successful, and then we will share the strategies on that as well. So Kriel is situated about 45 kilometers south of Witbank, and we're about 30 kilometers to the north of Secunda in the Mpumalanga province of South Africa. And we are mining basically that block on the southern side, which is called Block F. That's the last underground block that we actually currently mining. Consists of about 5 sections, and all the coal reserves are basically as based on our current coal supply agreement earmarked for the Kriel power station. So this is how basically our block looks, and these are the 5 sections that we have. So we're quite proud of our indigenous animals, so we decided to name our sections in terms of the animals that we have here in South Africa. So we've got the Pumba section, so we didn't want to say Warthog, that's not nice, but then we said Pumba. So Pumba, that's our Kasongo section there. It reached the millionaire status. I think it was the first in South Africa, according to the Manhattan graph in the year 2025. Then we have the Ngwenyas also developing in quite very difficult ground, because they need to open a pit room to the east, and that's adjacent to an area where we had a fall of ground as well. And as you can see, my outfit is sponsored by the achievement on the FY 2024. That's Ngwenya section. And then we also have Fezela, which has been mining quite extensively in the shallow areas. That is the red area that you see on our map. There's shallow areas less than 40 meters below surface, which you consider as shallow mining areas. So they've been quite successful in also mining in the shallow areas, and they're the one section that actually mined underneath the river to actually unlock the reserves further south of Block F. And then we have Itlosi, which sits on the western side, on the south. And they're also mining in proximity to major geological structures. We still have a fault, we still have a no-coal zone, which is associated with sills and dikes as well. Then we've got Bubezi, which is the section that went through the fault. I'll show in the geology slide where that fault actually lies. But it actually, they actually managed to develop through this fault. They are now mining coal on the other side of the fault. So this is the geology slide of that basically shows the complexity of this block. So as you can see, the pink line actually represents that normal fault that basically cuts the block in half. And with that, we also have quite a network of these dolerite dikes. Basically all the sections, if you look in terms of where they're mining, they're always flanked by 2 or 3 dikes. So basically mining reserves in between these major geological structures. We also have a lot of sills which are very transgressive, which actually either lies in the floor or then they transgress up into the roof. In most cases, they come very close to the seam, within 10 meters of the seam. That causes quite a lot of problems for us. Also, we've got associated with these geological structures, we see the influence of it because we have a lot of these devolatilized zones, which are shown in gray on the map. And those are the areas where we tend to have quite a lot of instability issues because our material tends to be much more weaker in terms of that. And then the red, as I said, is showing the rest of the shallow mining areas. So if you look in terms of our generalized stratigraphy, so as you can see, we've got these dolerite sills. The D1, which we call it D1, is the one that is basically the upper one. It's very shallow. Then you've got this D2, which tends to transgress either above the seam or in most cases lying below the seam. But there you can actually see the material itself, very thinly laminated material that we look at. So if you look at the 2 pictures, you can see basically that this material has a high propensity to delaminate under stress conditions underground. So in terms of our fall of ground stats, as I see from 2021 to 2026, so we have had quite a number of incidents related to fall of ground. We have had 2 first aid cases. Then we have had 1 medical treatment case that was at Bubezi, and we have had quite a number, 2 LTIs where the guy actually could not make it back to work, and that was at Itlosi and Ngwenya. And then the intersection failures, we have, as you can see there, we have quite a number of failures in the year 2024. And then in 2025, there was a fall of ground actually that happened not in an active mining area, but it was an area where we had already pulled out. So it happened a month later. The guys were already mining in another panel. But we went back, investigate, and we take the learnings from also those kind of areas as well. That's why we implemented now the strategy to revisit those areas where we have mined, where we have had to pull out because of instability issues, to try and understand, is the support that we installed there actually holding up? How much time do we have in terms of that? Okay, so just in detail on the location of all these falls of ground, as you can see in Fezela in the year 2021, that fall of ground happened in an area with devolatilized ground, and the seal was actually below the floor. It had a lot of influence, and you can see the influence that it had on the strength of our material. There were very poor ground conditions in that area, and that fall of ground actually resulted in a CM being buried in that incident. And then we've got the Fezela falls of ground, which happened quite close to each other. So the one on the 17th of Jan actually happened in an area that had some complex geology to it, because we had a seal in the roof within 10 meters. We had 2 dikes intersecting, forming a nip point. But what we didn't know at that time, because we were so focused on the plan view, is because is the fact that there was a nip point also in the roof, because that dike is actually intersecting the seal, interacting with the seal, and causing a bit of stress concentration right where the belt road is. So we lost the belt road in that incident. We had to offset the panel and step it and continue. So then a month later, then the second one happened on the 8th of June. A few months later, the other one happened on the 8th of June in the same vicinity. So basically it's the whole continuation and of that stress concentration zone with the dike. Then we had, on the 4th of July, we had an incident on Ngwenya on the eastern side. So there we were mining towards the shallow mining. And then we were mining with a wetland on surface. So the panel was actually advancing parallel to a wetland on surface. So after going through the first dike, we experienced quite a lot of water in that section, which I think contributed a lot. But also, I need to point out, mining east-west in this block actually tends to have a lot of stress-related issues, because our principal stress direction tends to be north-south. So when we're mining parallel to our principal stress direction, we don't tend to have a lot of issues. But the minute you start opening up to the sides, that's where the stress-related issues also come in. So there was a bit of hydraulic pressure in the roof, but also the stress was not favorable. Then on the 4th of September, we had an incident. That's the one that happened in the non-active area where Pumba had actually pulled out. They intersected the dike when they just entered into shallow mining, and a month later, actually there was a fall of ground. And these fall of grounds tend to be quite massive, especially the Ngwenya one, which actually initiated in one intersection, but in a matter of about 3 days, it actually extended to cover about 4 or 5 intersections, including the boards. So, in terms of the learnings that we can pick up and the changes that we had to implement at every point in time when we were actually experiencing these falls of ground, in 2021, basically, we had to move from a spin-to-stall bolt to a reverse spin bolt, just to get more control in the quality of installation that we get. And then we also had to introduce a secondary support bolt, which is quite a longer bolt, which is a 2.8 meter bolt that we use with a much longer resin, which is a 1350 resin by 23, the diameter is 23. So just to get a full column on even the longer bolt that we have. Then in 2024, on the 17th of January, we started implementing the strategy of actually installing more roof monitoring devices, especially in areas where we've got poor ground. So we started installing about 5 RMDs per intersection just to get more monitoring, because we understand how this failure happens. It's quite progressive, but it will initiate more on the corners. That's where you've got the shearing, and that's where now these RMDs will be able to pick up this shearing that happens prior to the actual failure, and will be able to have respond, basically use our tap. And I must say, in all these falls of ground, our tap system has worked quite very well. Because on the 17th of January, the miner actually noticed that there were some pieces falling there. He initiated the tap, and he managed to await it, and he waited for the failure to happen. So it was inside the section during the time when they started up. And then at Ngwenya, I'll touch on later on in the slide, but at Ngwenya specifically, we went to inspect that section with the MO actually 4 days prior, and we noticed the signs, and then we were able to trigger the tap and save the people that were in the section. Okay, so in terms of the 17th Jan fall of ground in 2024, we also had to review our processes because we drew quite a lot of drilling underground with the horizontal drill, and that's the geology department trying to acquire more information and more accuracy in terms of the location of these geological structures. And sometimes you find that we have done the NPHI prior to startup of the section, but there's other information that keeps on coming, so the risks keep on changing. So we had to say, okay, maybe the way we need to refine the way we do the NPHI, which is the risk assessment we do prior to startup. So when there's new information, we need to then sit and review the NPHI. Then on the June 2024, we had increased our 40-meter zoning around the dikes in our hazard plan. So we moved from a 10-meter zoning to a 40-meter zoning. That was because, and I think the DMR is one of the mitigations with the DMR as well, to say you are mining parallel to a dike and you are not planning to expose it, you're not planning to find out the position, the strike or anything, but you are mining parallel with this structure. So at what point do you confirm now? So perhaps you need to stay away from structures where you're actually not intending to go through. So that's where the 40-meter zone actually came about. And we started also on the rock engineering side, started increasing the frequency of our pull tests that we're doing, because we were challenged with is this support working really? So we needed to intensify on the frequency, how frequent do you do the pull tests in all 5 sections. Then the fall of ground in July 2024, actually that one came with a lot of changes, because now we started seeing a pattern. It's like every month we're having a fall of ground, and it was starting to attract some attention, some unnecessary attention. So we started looking at some of the parameters, doing some parameter studies on all these falls of ground, and we found out that the board width of 7.2 is perhaps not suitable for a mine like Kriel, because you've got very soft roof and you are leaving coal in the roof. So then we moved the mine from a 7.2 meter board width to a 6.5. And also with that came a change of the support pattern to fit that 6.5 meter board width. We also had to convert our bolters, because most of our bolters were on dry drilling, but now we are moving into shallow areas where there's water. Now your suction pipes get blocked. Now the support is not going in time, so that's counter-effective for beam building. So we had to convert to get more efficiency also on the bolters. Then also we started onboarding a contractor to start with the installation of longer cable anchors. So we're installing about a 6 meter long fully grouted cable anchor. It's a 38-ton capacity. Which is a product from FabChem. So we started bringing these changes because we understand these conditions are not going away. We'll need to mine in these conditions. Okay, then the September one in 2025, actually, that fall of ground, there are some things that happened and non-compliances also on the mining side. But we had to go and see basically on the plan, how did we mine that area? And we found that actually, when the section hit the dike, right in shallow mining, the next panel was not yet prepared. The section cannot stop cutting. So what they tend to do, they tend to say, let's add more extra roads on this side, let's add more extra roads on this side, just so by time for us to move to the next panel. And what you're actually doing with that, you're increasing your panel span, but because you are so shallow, your depth to span ratio actually reduces drastically. And that's one of the biggest risks, because that tends to increase your tensile zone in the roof. So we then had to look at that. Maybe when you're approaching the dikes, you now need to consider span as well. Okay, now we had to look at, also as part of this journey, we had to look at our systems and processes, and I must say, we always have to align ourselves with the engineering design process by Prof. Stacy, which is quite a robust tool. And I realized while looking at our system in relation to this, that this is not only a rock engineer's role. I mean, this involves all the stakeholders are involved in this. What we feed into the process, and as part of this, is a fraction of it, but there's a lot more stakeholders involved in this to ensure that the design is a success. It's not only the rock engineering, but just to give you a bit of input, we need to make sure that our objectives are very clear. And I must say, it's really, we strive also for zero harm in all the things that we do. I mean, it's entrenched in our way we do things. So So the design criteria is always very clear in terms of that, but also in terms of the requirements. Sometimes we need to have well-defined requirements in terms of what are the safety factor requirements, what is the stability requirements for the area that we're designing for. What are the constraints as well? Sometimes we overlook the constraints. So in the coal mine, at Krill specifically, we have quite big machines that we are using. So we need to always be cognizant of the board width. We cannot reduce as much as we like, or as stability requires. So we have constraints there. So where do we also add more on our design to take that into account? Also, in terms of uncertainty minimization, we need to minimize. So when we were challenged with this, we realized that we're actually not collecting enough information. So therefore, we're not minimizing the uncertainty that we have. And I must say, we started looking at a lot more. I think from the rock engineering side, we started doing quite a lot of geotech. We started doing, being involved in the exploration. With the geology also assisting, we started looking more on sonic wireline logging, which gives you actually more information, which much more precision, so that we can correlate also with our laboratory data. Also, we need to now start formulating concepts in terms of how is this rock mass behaving. So we need to start understanding the modes of failure. As I said, we were lucky with the other fall of ground. We got to see the mode of failure prior to the failure. So we get to see the beam buckling. We got to see the tensile cracks, which I'll show also. We need to start understanding also the failure criteria that we're working with. So our material in the coal mines doesn't always behave like a Mokulum material. It more behaves like, it doesn't always behave like a hoop brown material, but rather like a Mokulum material. Because the bedding planes and the laminae are more governed by the friction and the cohesion of those bedding planes. Whereas when you move closer to structures, it starts behaving more like a Mokulum material, a hook brown material, because it's more jointed. So we need to start looking at also integrating that in our concept formulation. Also, we use quite a lot of rock mass classification from the geotech that we're doing to actually see if there are empirical relationships that we can pick up. We can understand the rock mass better. Rather than just looking at intact rock properties, we can start moving towards modeling the more realistic behavior of the rock mass. So the bulk of the rest of the presentation basically looks at now the design analysis that we do in the rock engineering department to actually recommend better and be able to have proper sound recommendations for implementation. Okay, so in geotechnical logging, so this was us with the Sasol team. They visited us one of the days, and we spent some time in the field doing geotech. But if you look at the core, in some of the boreholes, this was in the devolatilized zone, we tend to have a lot of jointing as well. So this is one of the things that we look out for, because also not only in rock mass classification you need to take into account, but also in the roof rating system that we use, which is impact splitting, we also need to take into account that your beam will be jointed. So in terms of impact splitting, that's a roof rating system that we use most in the coal mines, and that's our impact splitter right there. It's a very nice little tool that we use in the field. So basically it involves dropping the chisel at a constant or predetermined height for you to be able to look at how your material actually breaks. So it discs as you impact, and you can actually look at the propensity for delamination as well. So at the end, you get a rating of the roof, the first 2 meters of your roof. You can rate it in terms of numbers. Now we start putting numbers into what we are getting, and then from there, you can also use determine the support requirements for that rating category. Also, when we were challenged with this fall of ground at Grill, there were discussions that were started now to say, we don't understand the stress, the in situ stress. And I must say, in the coal mines, we don't pay too much, we don't invest too much in terms of conducting these stress measurements, because, I mean, they are quite expensive to do. But we are fortunate that we had stakeholders and role players in the industry that we came together and we had a discussion, said we are challenged, we have stress-related issues, can you assist? And I think with the collaboration of CSIR and Groundworks and Coltech, we managed to conduct the stress measurements at Kriel, using both the CCBO method, which is the compact conical bowl-over coring method, and also we wanted to compare with the DCDA data. We also did, which involves the diametrical core deformation analysis. So the DCDA, basically, this machine is currently not in South Africa, it's in Japan. So we had to do some coring from underground and have some samples shipped to Japan to actually do this analysis for us. So what it actually does, there's a machine that actually analyzes the strain relief on the core, and it can actually determine the stress, the stress direction and the stress magnitudes, the 3D stress magnitude for you. So currently, I had a chat with Craig, is in the audience. So they've received the sample packs from Japan, but there were some challenges, but they're still interpreting the data. But what we wanted to achieve with this DCDA is for us to be able to use the horizontal drill to core as much as we can as we move closer to a structure and be able to determine the influence of the structure in terms of stress. And that can help quite a lot, because in most cases, I think we are reactive because we don't know when to change the design, simply because you don't know where is your concentrated stress zones, where is your stress relief zones. So once we start understanding that, I think that machine will help a lot. So there's a possibility that this machine might come to South Africa at the CSIR. So we're crossing fingers for that, because that will assist us greatly, and it will be a cheaper way to actually do a lot more stress measurements also in the coal mines to start understanding and incorporating stress, in situ stress, into our designs. So while we were waiting for now the stress measurements from CSIR to be shared with us, we started looking at an alternative. Is there a stress estimation method that we can use using our historical data? This is the data of stress measurements that were conducted in 2000 during the days when Kriel was still under Anglo. And many mines, I think in the coal mines, were also part of that stress measurement project. So we started looking at that data, and we started to say, okay, is there a stress measurement estimation method that we can use using our current data that can give us some level of accuracy in terms of estimating in situ stress? So I came across a paper that was done by our North Asian group of scientists that are based in the Laboratory of Geotechnical Mechanics at the Scientific Research Institute in Wuhan, China. And these guys, they actually looked at the work that was done by Shori on the elastostatic model of in situ stress estimation. And they actually improved that method, because they said most of the components of horizontal stress are so difficult to determine simply because they're actually, most cases, governed by tectonic movements. And maybe also to a large extent, the geological setup of that area. So now they incorporated the local tectonic constants into that, but also they said you need to now don't determine your stress, in situ stress, don't estimate using your intact Young's modulus. You estimate it using your rock mass modulus. So now that's where the geotech comes in, that's where the empirical rock mass classification comes in, because we need to downgrade that value to a more realistic value, taking into account the effect of discontinuities. And they said, actually, these stress estimations come to within an accuracy of about 20% or less. But they couldn't get the accuracy below 15%, simply because the model itself and also the earlier work that Shori did was actually, it assumes linear elasticity. And the rock mass itself, it doesn't account for the non-linear mechanical behavior of the rock mass. So, but it's quite more accurate in terms of predicting or estimating your in situ stress. Also, another component you need to take into account is the linear coefficient of thermal expansion of the rock. So they encourage you to take more tests, do more tests to determine that linear coefficient of thermal expansion. Then from that, use your stress measurement data to be able to determine your tectonic constants for that specific site. There's a linear regression that you need to do to get that. So based on the data that we had to work with, we had 3 sites that actually, where the stress measurement was done. At this point in time, we've got 3 points. So with the new DCDA data that's going to come in, we're going to actually improve our linear regression analysis and actually improve our accuracy. So currently our accuracy sits at 20%, but with more points on the linear regression, we will able to improve the accuracy as well to get more closer values. So we had to put this to the test now in terms of is this really accurate? So we went now with the preliminary data that CSIR shared with us in terms of the values that they are getting on the CCBO method. We could pin that fall of ground that happened in Ngwenya basically on a K ratio of 1.9. And the blue point, that's where we conducted the stress measurements, and their K ratio actually varied from 1.6 to 2.2. And in our contour, it plotted right on the contour of 1.7. So there is a bit of accuracy in the improved method that we can then start to use for our planning. Because this actually tells me that we now don't have to be reactive, as to say we are in the transition zone, but we don't know when to change our support. We can now predict that as we are mining with this panel, going into shallow mining in the red zone, when do we actually start changing things? Because we now understand what the stress is doing in that area. And we also start to understand where these high stress zones within that. So this is something that we're willing to expand on. I think it's something that we're willing to collaborate, and we're also encouraging the coal mining industry to start look at your stress measurement data and start doing this kind of estimation, and actually look at the accuracy that you get with that information. I think it's high time we start looking at stress as an integral important parameter within our designs as well. So in terms of concept formulations, failure modes, we could see these are the indications that we got from the fall of ground. So you can see the plates and the bolts actually buckling, and we had the tension crack. We could see actually with the simulations that we did we could see how the beam is actually buckling, the failure mechanism as well. So in terms of the fault development, we used both the Q rating system because we were basically tunneling up a fault. We didn't create any holings through for ventilation. We just put a force fan with the ducting and continue with that. So we use the Q rating system from our geotechnical information. You could see that at different zones, basically your variation in terms of, so the blue area would be the highly laminated material, which varied from poor to fair, and then our sandstone, which sits higher up, actually varied from good to fair in most cases. And from this, we could actually determine some of the parameters using the ESR of 1.3 for a very important access tunnel for our mine. We could actually then determine the maximum unsupported span that we had. Because we were cutting with the CM here, which actually improved the profile of the excavation, the smoothness of your excavation. There was not much damage to the side walls. So we went with the maximum unsupported span of 6 meters. Then we could actually determine our support that we need, which fall on a 2.4 meter long bolt with a spacing varying between 1.3 and 1.5. But the final design, we went with a much denser design of 1 meter by 1 meter grid spacing using a 2.8 meter bolt. So we used a longer bolt for that. But we also used this Q rating in conjunction with the impact splitting. Okay, sorry.
Are you finished?
No, I'm not finished.
How many more slides do you have?
Yeah, it's quite a lot.
Linda. But is it just one final thought, please?
Just one final
Yes.
thought. Okay, we also incorporated impact splitting to the design. So those were the ratings we got that allowed us to use cable anchors into it. Undermining the river, it starts with the layout. So narrow spans, long pillars, and then this is how we change our design in different phases. I must say, what worked for us here is the simplicity of the design. Break down the design into phases that the miners in the phase can be able to understand. So that's what worked for us here, and we continue with this phased approach in all the areas that we mine that are difficult. Give the miners clear-cut instructions and break down your design into phases. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow, I think we can all agree that they can come back next year, the coal sector. Ne? We are happy for them to return. Siyabonga kakhulu, Baba Khumalo, for such a deep dive into the complex, environment that you're operating in. I mean, I'm not an engineer, and at this rate, I also don't want to know anything about engineers anymore, because I saw those slides and I'm like, wait, where are we and what is happening? But we are so grateful for the work that you do, and may you continue to truly just push boundaries, and as you said, going with a phased approach that allows you to learn, unlearn, and implement better. Siyabonga kakhulu. And here's a token of our appreciation. Thank you so much. Hantima engineer, when you guys are quiet, this is what is going through your mind. What a wow! No! Must we hold your hands, guys? I feel like we really, engineers need our support. I mean, excuse the pun, but wow, you guys are Nienza kakhulu, guys. Wow. You deserve all the money. Whatever they are paying you, they must double it. All right, not to fear though, ladies and gents. Remember, we will be sharing all the presentations with you if you did sign up for the alerts from the Mineral Council's website. If not, you can head over to their website and you can download all the presentations from today, because I think Baba Khumalo still had a lot more to share, and I think it's worthwhile downloading them and reading them as well. What I loved is what you shared in the beginning, Butlindo Guhle, about it was a reflection of how even though you're winning, you're succeeding, you're doing well, that at 2024, that was your last fall of ground, you didn't get complacent. You really looked at how do we remain on this trajectory, and it speaks to all the work that you are achieving at Seriti. So once again, siyabonga. Right, our next video will be a short one, and then we'll head over into another tea and coffee break. And this one focuses on the pillar that addresses skills and development. We did see in a video earlier on about the Fogap initiatives that one of the challenges that are facing Fogap is the fact that we've got a skills and knowledge drainage, with rock engineers retiring and the young ones also still requiring mentorship. And that is exactly where the SANIRE Academy platform comes in. We're going to be watching a video, seeing it in action, and thereafter in the video as well, we'll be seeing some candidates and hearing what their reflections are after they have interacted with the system. Let's have a look.
Every mine relies on knowledge. Knowledge that keeps workers safe. Knowledge built over decades. knowledge written into textbooks and technical papers. But today, that knowledge must evolve, and the mining industry is building a new way to develop it. Across the mining industry, we are losing experienced rock engineers faster than we can replace them. We risk losing expertise that has been built over decades. And yet, the demand for competent rock engineering professionals has never been greater. Recognizing this challenge, SANIRE and the Minerals Council launched a bold initiative as part of the Fall of Ground Action Plan. The mission was simple: preserve knowledge, develop skills faster, and modernize how learning happens in the rock engineering profession. The journey started by transforming decades of technical knowledge. Rock engineering curriculum was reviewed and updated by industry subject matter experts. Curriculum was mapped to structured industry pathways. Accredited strata control qualifications were built, and a digital learning environment was created for the profession to access it all. The result is the SANIRE Academy. Powered by the Flex Learning Management ecosystem, the SANIRE Academy enables a completely new learning, assessment, and evidence paradigm, one that offers scalability through easy-to-use digital workflows. SANIRE members can now access the Academy with any device, anytime, anywhere. View the latest training content in interactive format. Complete professional examinations and assessments digitally. Submit practical and workplace assessment evidence. And have the platform automatically compile detailed portfolios of evidence. The SANIRE Academy brings training, assessment, and professional certification into one integrated system. But this platform does more than deliver training. It enables competency-based learning, where knowledge, practical experience, and workplace evidence are all integrated into the learning journey. Creating a scalable system to develop the next generation of rock engineering professionals. The journey started with a serious challenge facing the mining industry. One that was aimed to solve with a bold skills development action plan by fast-tracking the supply of competent rock engineers and in the process reduce further fall of ground fatalities. Starting with the modernization of existing rock engineering knowledge and making it accessible, scalable, and interactive through the SANIRE Academy. We are now transforming the examination process, enabling an end-to-end digital training, examination, and certification workflow for all rock engineering disciplines, all on the SANIRE Academy. And this is only the beginning. The SANIRE Skills Initiative will expand into new learning pathways, including production personnel development, drilling and blasting, hydrogeology, data analysis, and advanced geotechnical training, all delivered through a unified, scalable digital learning ecosystem. By combining industry experience with world-class learning technology, SANIRE and the Minerals Council are redefining how knowledge and competence are developed and shared in the mining industry, enabling faster upskilling, more consistent training outcomes, and improved safety standards. We're not just preserving knowledge, we are building the future of rock engineering today.
Incredible and inspiring work happening with the SANIRE Academy, and it's encouraging to see that times have changed and so does technology. So does the way that we need to teach. And so hopefully in the next few years or so at the next Fogap, we'll be looking at how the gap is closed and seeing if, you know, the number of rock engineers has grown. And I suppose also getting young people interested in it, because if we're saying there is unemployment and we're saying there is skills shortage. No? Should the two not be right? One would think so. So we hope that that is definitely the turnaround that we'll be seeing in the years to come. Any comments from the audience about what we've just seen and the work that is happening at the Academy? If anybody wants to share, I've got 2 minutes that I can allow you to have the floor. I'm scanning. Oh, am I missing the scan? I do wear glasses for... where? Okay, Maraluana OC, your hand is here. You must say, I'm here, my sister. Come see me. Please, let's hear from you.
Good morning, everyone. So I came across the SANIRE Academy through a mentor who was assisting me, and because I wanted to broaden my knowledge with my exams that I've been studying, and I found that the platform has been so easily to use, and it's been such a great place for knowledge just to continue going back to it. It helped me pass some of my papers, and I know also it will give me that platform just to study for the rest of my materials, tests, and to just enhance my next part of the journey. So it's been really helpful, and I'm excited to see what's going to happen with the platform further.
Rock engineer girls, I love it. I love it. Thank you so much for sharing that. She's next to you. All right.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I think for me, what I appreciate about the platform is that, so previously we received the material as a single, very detailed PDF, of which was not necessarily a bad thing, but I think most of us would relate to the fact that sometimes you'd come out of underground after a long day, you open those notes, you are met by 600 slides, and you just think, oh, this is rather a lot. So with SANIRE Academy, I think what I appreciate is that they've improved the learning experience quite significantly, especially for myself. As a visual learner, I appreciate how the layout is much more cleaner, it's easier to read, and it's been segmented in a way that it doesn't necessarily overwhelm you, which is quite helpful. So as far as the notes are concerned, not much has changed, but the way in which it's delivered is improved quite significantly, and I think I really appreciate that, and I'm also excited to see that what further improvements the SANIRE Academy has to bring to the organization as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Real life experiences on the ground, and I love that it's both ladies, yes, because I mean I can see, gentlemen, you're very well represented there in your sector. So it's nice to see young ladies, up and coming rock engineers. Please, you must also post on Instagram, ladies, on social media. We're tired of seeing girls with Benzes. We want to see girls who are rock engineers. Okay? Please, Rod, hashtag it and see you doing well. And we wish you all the best with your journey. Ladies and gents, it's time for another break. And I would like to just remind you to please engage with our OEMs who we have invited. They're on both sides of the room. And we have ensured that the OEMs that are here are those that supply products that focus on Fogap initiatives. So it really is tailored selection to ensure that you go back to your minds, your offices, your teams with knowledge and perhaps a lead to be able to do something different as you are learning from how others are implementing their initiatives as well. The time is 12:21. Is it 12:21 on your watch? Beautiful. If we could please be back in the room at 12:40 so that we can have a 12:45 sharp start into our final part of the program. And after that, it will be the time that you're all waiting for, lunchtime. Snacks, but some of you just want a beef stew and a rice so that you can just, call it a Friday. Enjoy your break. We'll be back in 12:40, and that is to you online as well. Please be back with us at 12:40. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for making it back into the venue on time. If I could please ask you to wrap up your conversations and take your seat so we can resume on stage at 12:45. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's head into our final part of our day of learning. Please take your seats. Thank you so much to those that have been respectful of our little bell that is making sure that we are running on time and that we finish on time. So we just have 2 or 3 final presentations, and then we'll move on to our closing remarks of our Fogap 2026 Annual Day of Learning. A reminder to all our speakers that are left to please head over to the technical desk just 15 minutes before your talk so that we can get you mic'd up. And I saw you were enjoying your conversations with the OEMs. They will still be here at the end, so don't worry. They're not picking up and leaving right now, so you'll still have some time to interact with them. Now we move on to our presentation where we get to hear from another mind that is doing things their way and giving us insight and knowledge into how it's going, where the challenges are, where the wins are, and what it is that we can take from the learnings of their experiences. We're going to be hearing from Glencore about their fall of ground prevention strategy as well as their safety journey. And giving us that presentation, please welcome the GM at Glencore, Lloyd Morenzvi.
Yeah. Just testing this one. Thank you all. Is it working? Yes. Thank you. I must say, first, my name is Lloyd Morenzvi. I'm the General Manager for Glencore in the Eastern Chrome Mines. I must say that I've got 3 sources of discomfort today. Because all the presenters that came here, I observed that nobody is wearing a suit and a tie. Okay? They came simple, dressed, and. But I'm dressed up like this, which is no problem. The second thing is that I'm presenting in the presence of my bosses. Happy Fulad is our CEO, but I see he's left now. Johan Kombring is our COO. And J.C. Moloto is our head of safety. So all the flavors that I wanted to put, the salt that I wanted to put in to improve the flavor, I'm not going to do that. Because that can be a career-limiting act. Okay. The last thing is that I see that I've got only 20 minutes. So Lerato, when you see it's 19, ring the bell. Okay. Thank you so much. I'm going to present Glencore, our journey. our fall of ground strategy at Glencore mining division. Sorry, I need to take this one. Thank you. You see, it's a bit of a long agenda there, but I'm not gonna, just focus on that at all. I'm just gonna talk from the cuff. So I'll start off with the Glencore mining division, the brief background, basic mining layout. Then we'll look at our values, look at our mine design consideration and execution. Then we'll look at our current support practices. Then our implementation journey. We'll look at our risk management process, overview of ground control, catastrophic management plan for ground control, and then bolter and scalar implementation. Then I'll take you through our HSEC performance, that's our fall of ground statistics. Then from there, we look at our fall of ground action plan. And from there, I do takeaways. Then we are done. Okay. When you look at that map there, you see Glencore, we actually comprise of 4 mines. Got 3 mines in the east, Helena, Thorncliffe, and Magareng, and then one mine in the west called Krunda. We are located in the Eastern Bushveld Complex, that's for Glencore Eastern Chrome Mines, and then Glencore Western Chrome Mine, it's also in the Western Bushveld Complex. We are mining MG1, and then MG2 in the east, and we are mining MG6 in the western horizon. Okay. Extraction started in 1997, and we started the MG2 project in 2020 at Magareng mine, which we saw a lot of successes with that. Okay. The stopping panels are 8 meter wide and haulings 8 meters as well. And mining depth, we're mining between 80 and 650 meters, down from surface. We utilize non-yield pillars to support the overburden surface on top, and the factor of safety on the design of a criteria of 1.5 factor of safety. Our main shaft comprises of 3 main declines, which is the chairlift decline, the main and material decline, and then the conveyor decline, where we've got our belts that take the ROM out. This is just a basic mining layout of the board and pillar mining method. I'm sure you've already seen this before. I'll not talk about it at all. We go on to the next slide. The next slide is just our values. When we do the mine design, our rock engineers, they focus on these values. Safety being the number 1, and all the others, until entrepreneurism and integrity. So all the designs that we do, or that the rock mechanics do, they are focusing or guided by the Glencore values. So that's the board and pillar mining layout. All those pillars that you see there, they support the overburden on top, and in between, it's it's support with bolts and nets as well, as we go. We look at the mining design now. We actually use the Headley and Grant pillar strength formula. Okay, the rock engineers, they know, they will explain that better. With a width to width ratio of 2.5, so a minimum 2.5. And currently we're working on a project with Kevin. I saw Kevin here before at one of our mines for pillar optimization. So we are actually, because the pillars are over designed, we actually look at sliping some of them to optimize them. So we are doing that at one of our mines. If it's successful there, we're going to roll it out to all our mines to make sure that we extract value out of our operations. Our current support structure, we design our mines basically to support 95%. We look at the cumulative fallout thickness to cover that 95% of fallout thickness. And we're looking at the eastern mines, it's 0.65. So our bolts design is to make sure that you capture that 0.65. So we bolt with a 1.5 meter length bolts, same as in the west as well. But the 5%, it's something that we also looked at, because there are also falls of ground that happens, which are more than the design parameters. Okay. So our support is 1.5 square, which is 2.25 square meters per bolt. And then we also have cable anchors, which is 3 up to 6 meters. We also have shotcrete in blocky ground, and we also have also straps, steel sets, and also thin skin liners and mud packs. Our fall of ground journey started, I would say, in 2005, when we had multiple fatalities at one of our mines. So from there, Glencore said, no, we need to sit down at a round table. So we invited, those professors with small little glasses and with poor hair distribution on their heads, and they sat around the table with us to talk about what are we going to do. This is where TAP was born. So it was a critical hazard management plan that was in, and this is where TAP was also born. So we sat around, we discussed that, and it came into being. So we rolled out, because that started in the western mines, we rolled that out in the east, and we saw a lot of successes. So all the other mines then copied from us on how TAP works. Okay. We also then focused on our training after the TAP, virtual reality training, and it moved on very, very well. And we saw that we actually can entrench all that mechanisms well into our minds. So in 2019, we had our last fall of ground. So last fall of ground fatality. So that was 6 years or 7 years ago now. Our last fall of ground, okay? From there, Glencore said, no, we're not going to expose our people there to the danger zone. We must make sure that we employ mechanized bolting in all our phases, okay? So it was a big issue because we had to acquire 18 bolters in 1 year. 18 at 20 million each. You can imagine. Okay? So it was not easy. Okay? So what we did on that critical hazard management plan, it was headed, we formed teams, but it was headed by a team leader who is a general manager or COO. So they headed that forum to make sure that it is cascaded very well down to all the operators. So we had site champions at all our operations, who is actually a production manager or a mine overseer. Site champion on fall of ground. And that rollout went very, very well. All right. And these are some of the things that we actually do. On that, we do reports and report on our annual mining division forum, that's EXCO, and we also do that on our MANCO to report on fall of ground activities that have happened, on the mines. This is just the rollout that I talked about, the scaler and bolter. The scaler was actually used for barring, okay? So we rolled out the scalers. We had started the journey at one of our mines at Kroondal, and we saw that there was a lot of successes. So we did not employ the exoskeleton yet for the barring, okay? But we saw that the scaler could actually bring down all your big browns, okay? So that we also rolled out, okay? But we had problems with our bolters. Those are, I just put in some examples there. That's a bolter there with the carousel, the one that you see on top, and the further down it's a scaler. So the bolter with the carousel is one that drills on its own, but operator in the cabin, shooting resin into the holes, putting a bolt on its own, spin the bolt, and make sure it's set. Okay. But that had its own problems as well. Okay? At Kroondal, they are using what we call a man-up bolter. Okay? Man-up is one you drill. Okay? You got a cabin, almost same as this one, but you got a cabin in front where they don't do it automatically. So a guy still has to go in and feed the resin by hand. Okay? Put in the bolt, spin the bolt, and then make sure that it sets. But what we've seen is that when we try to implement these bolters and scalers, we had issues with them, especially on the maintenance and operator competency. Because that's a complicated machine. I mean, the turret in front there has got so many moving parts. Okay? So to get people that can actually maintain that and repair when it's on breakdown, it's a nightmare. It was a nightmare. Okay? And we had operators that were seasoned, so because we started this at one of our mines. But some of you guys here, sitting around here, you stole our people. So we lost a lot of operators and maintaining guys, the artisans that does the maintenance. But what did we do? We said, no, let's keep on training. Okay? So you keep on training, keep on filling that tube of training, make sure that we saturate the industry with competent people. Okay? So that's what we're going to do. Well, we also saw that there are shortcuts that the operators were doing. Because there in front, if one of the mechanisms is not working, okay? For example, the shooting mechanism is not working, there is a temptation that a person will go in front and want to put in the resin by hand. But remember, the ground is already rattled there in front. So there is a bigger risk of falls of ground there in front. Okay? So we saw that, and they told us, when we did the PTOs, we saw that, no, that's a problem. So we made that turret in front on a checklist. It's a no-go if any one of the functions is not working. If your shooting mechanism is not working, it's a no-go. You don't operate. You call for help. If a rotation is not working, it's a no-go. So that we saw some successes. When you look at this fall of ground statistics now, I mean, Mr. Fuller spoke that currently, this is our industry, fall of ground statistics. We've seen a regression or a plateau there, sitting at 15. In that 15, we are not part of that. But with all the initiatives that were done. This is ours now, okay? But those, what you see are not fatals. Those are just incidents that happened and. But we also saw that once we have implemented the mechanized bolting and scaling, our people got a bit of relaxation. And we saw a spike, especially last quarter of last year. We saw a spike in some incidents that happened, fall of ground incidents. But not big issues, small little ones, under supported areas. So when people were now charging in a supported area, there was a bit of complacency there, that they know, okay, no, it's fine here, but then a rock falls and injure, those people that do charging. So that was a wake-up call for us in last year. So that actually influenced us to have a fall of ground workshop. So we had a workshop this year to look back and say, hey, what has happened now? I've put in there that the absence of incidents does not mean the existence of safety. So if you see things are going well, you must actually get worried. Don't relax and say, no, we are fine now, okay? Because there are little things that happen behind the scene. Okay, so we also saw that why did it happen? We had an influx of new people because we changed some of our shifts to CONOPS. So with CONOPS, you need to employ more people because one shift is at home while the others are mining. So we had to introduce a lot of supervision and people also that are not even well versed with the mining. So we implemented them and we saw that, yeah, there is a regression now. Okay? So what did we do? We looked at all those and saw that, no, the actual issue is that we need to make sure you do, yeah, okay, you actually, sorry. Yeah, there was issues about barring that we saw, okay? That people were not barring before the actual charging up, okay? And you need to bar that. So we introduced that to say, please, make sure that you bar before you charge up, okay? And that we've seen. And we said, let's introduce also aerial coverage. for those people that are barring to make sure that they are under a safety net. Okay, so we are busy with that project now to make sure that that will happen. Then we say there is another project that we want to employ now, to put artisans to work on the bolters and scaler, to operate them, the actual artisans that can maintain the machines. So it's a project we see. We haven't started that yet, but it's coming up, because we saw that can actually improve your availability of the machines. Because if a machine breaks, then the artisan is there to fix it, and is also there to to operate. Okay. Then the other thing is coaching. We saw that with these new people that have influxed, we need a lot of coaching. There is training, yes, at the training centers, but we need in-field coaching. So that's happening, and we are happy about that. We're also looking at blasting practices. That we must make sure that after you blast, you create a nice hanging wall. So we blast with unfakes, but low density on the hanging, and make sure that you don't fracture your ground that much. We're also looking at new technologies, sorry, to investigate new technologies on blasting and barring also. So that's what we are doing. What are the takeaways from this? Thanks, my brother. What are our takeaways? The first takeaway is that we need management support. I mean, it's a cascade of innovations driven from top to bottom. So if you see our leaders are actually leaders in fall of ground. If you've seen Mr. Fullard here, he's a leader in the fall of ground fraternity. We have also seen that you need to grow your own timber. Don't wait to steal from us. Okay? Grow your own timber and harvest from yourself. Okay? Then, and what we also saw that the people that were stolen from us, they were paid, you know, say we are paying 100 rand. They get to somewhere else, then they say we pay you 130 rand. Okay? So an extra loaf of bread, then they leave. So what you've seen is that you need to keep your people. You need to make sure that the people want to work here. Okay? Then they'll not leave. It's not about the money, it's about the environment that you create. Okay? And listen to the operators. There's a lot of sense that they talk, and they know more than us anyway, because they are the operators of the machines. So we must take a step back. When you get that input from them, you must act swiftly to make sure that you address the issues that they come up with. We must have employee-centered leadership as opposed to production-centered. Okay? Make sure that the people see that you are actually for them, not for production. Okay? And then the last one, it's a mantra from Johnny Walker. Okay? Keep on walking. Keep on walking with the belief that zero harm is possible. And I put that Johnny Walker there. Hopefully you won't do it under the influence. Thank you.
Ooh, thank you, Mr. Tatenda, Mr. Lloyd, thank you so much. We appreciate your presentation that was delivered with so much humor, right? And to those of you who took Mr. Lloyd's people, bring them back, man. Why are you like that? Thank you very, very much. We appreciate your time and your insights as well.
Thank you.
Let's give it up for Mr. Lloyd. I love what he said about the absence of incidents does not mean the existence of safety. almost as if we're waiting for something to happen in order for us to do something. But we should always remain proactive so that something does not happen. If only our government took the same advice. But Askolapo, we are at Fogap. All right. Now, our next presentation is one that I believe you often look forward to when it comes to the Fogap Annual Day of Learning, and that is when the new guidelines are officially launched, and we look at, the year ahead. Where is it that we are headed? And today's presentation is very special for two reasons. One, we have another featuring from the coal sector. Our coal sector, thank you so, so much. We appreciate you coming to the party. That is in our first presenter, Matthew Barnard. And joining Matthew is, and I have to say it, like Rico Stadium also. For the first time in the history of the Minerals Council, we have a female chairperson sitting at the Rock Engineering Technical Committee. Come on! The very first time ever. That is Lazelle Prinsloo. Please put your hands together for Lazelle and Matthew.
All right. Hello, everybody. Matthew, this is probably the closest we'll ever be to base camp of Everest. Okay?
I suppose so.
All right, so we have been introduced, so we're looking forward to it, and thank you for the RETC putting us in this position. So they volunteered me to do this, and I said, Matthew, you're coming with me. I'm not standing here all by myself, so thanks for doing this with me.
I couldn't let you stand up here by yourself.
All right.
Okay, so a lot of the stuff that we're going to speak about, you guys would have seen already today. This graph, for instance, thank you for the previous presentation. But before we go forward to where we're going, we need to understand where we come from. So if we look at the period from 2009 till last year, 2025, we've gotten significantly better, and we've had a 67% reduction in our injuries and a 76% reduction in fatalities. Majority of the reduction in fatalities happened in the period between 2009 and 2012. And this is through a lot of industry initiatives and leading practices that have been developed, such as entry examination, making safe, the nets with bolts, our TARP processes. But we can see that we reached a bit of a plateau. So we had to go back and say, what are we going to do from here? What's the next thing that we can do to really have the next step change to bring these down and to get to zero harm and beyond? So today we're going to speak about the leading indicator guideline. It's just important to understand that this is not a standalone, and it fits in with all the industry initiatives in this process that we've been looking at. And it's been spoken about today. Kumbulakaya version 2, the industry ground control framework, the enabling environment, or the Beehive app that we spoke about. So now, leading indicators in the Fogap pillars would fit into pillar 6, our implementation and monitoring. So, Lazelle, why leading indicators?
I think most of us sitting here, if I ask you, would you not be, wanting to know if there's a high potential of a fall of ground? I think all of us would say, yes, I would like to manage in that way. So traditionally, and we've heard a lot with the presentations that were shared today, we're very good with, there was a fall of ground, there was an injury, we go and we investigate, we try to get to the bottom of it. We want to get an understanding of what went wrong and put all that mitigation in place to try and prevent it. And we have all the learnings being shared, and we update the graphs as the ones we've seen today. And that's all good. And that energy still needs to happen because there's lots of value in that. But what if we take that same energy and we also shift it to doing the same effort for our leading indicators, understanding where the potential next fall of ground might be. And this is really a proactive type of way we're going to do it. It's like, where's the next thing going to happen? So our leading indicators have to be such that they actually indicate. Otherwise, there's a lot of information we collect on a daily basis in the mining industry, and it could be an information overload. But this is why we got together as the industry, and we invited a lot of the rock engineers sitting here today, and we all got together and said, bring what you've got. What are your leading indicators at your operation? And what we're launching today is the 5 that we as an industry came up with. And you probably, when I introduce them in the next slide, you're going to tell me, Lizelle, this is nothing new. We've got this. That might be true for your operation or where you come from. You might be quite mature already in leading indicators, and your company has been doing it for quite some time. But then the challenge to you today is have a look at this and see maybe there is a gap. Because we're going to take you through the measurements of how you measure it and how you have to monitor each of them. And maybe there's some learning here today in gaps and say, maybe I've got 4 out of the 5, maybe this 5th one, we need to do more work. But amongst us are still operations that's not there yet. And we want to bring you along as well, and that's why we're launching. Matthew, next slide.
Oh,
so the
next one, not the back one.
So the first one, support compliance. So I don't think anyone, and we've seen the presentations today that was shared, not anyone sitting here have not investigated a fall of ground where this was not an issue. So we all know that if you get the support compliance wrong, it's a fall of ground risk. So if you have means for this to lead you and say there's something wrong in the support compliance, that is where we want to operate. The next one is mine to design. So this is really checking how the excavation is versus the engineered design. And we heard a lot about the design work today. But this is really talking about those things. I mean, we've heard it from Lawrence on the seismic side. If you don't have your sequence correct, if you don't mine where you should, if you have excessive panel spans, those kind of things all have to check out. If you don't know that you've got a problem, this is going to catch you off guard. So you want to have, this is a leading indicator showing that you potentially have a high risk of a fall of ground. Next one is entry examination and the making safe processes in your tops. We've heard it through all our conversation today. And you would have probably been part of a recent survey from the Minerals Council, because most of our gravity fall of grounds, this is a failure that happens almost in all of them. So if you have means at your operation to have this as a leading indicator telling you that somewhere maybe a crew is not doing it to quality, somewhere your tops are not being done in the manner they should, then that should be flagging you to say, hey, I need to do something. The next one is monitoring, and we've heard from the examples that was definitely something that they've added to the system to say, well, we need more instruments. We need to understand where the instabilities are going to be. But if you don't have a check to tell you that your monitoring system is not functioning properly, imagine a large open pit with radars, and the radars are only functioning half of the time. And you're going to miss out on early detection. So that's why this monitoring is quite important as a leading indicator. And the last one, and probably the more difficult one, and there's been a lot of talk about the human factors, is this one, is how do we identify when there are flags, And I don't want to steal these slides because Matthew is actually going to go into a little bit more detail of each of these, of how we can monitor how do we monitor and how do we measure each of these.
Thanks, Lizelle. So if we start with our support compliance, and again, just echoing what Lizelle said earlier, this is not new stuff. We're not presenting to you anything that's groundbreaking. So what we would monitor in terms of the support compliance is you would do routine checks, making sure that the support is installed correctly, that it's of the correct quality, and that you've got compliance to your standards and procedures. This is obviously supported by the independent audits to verify compliance, rock engineers, safety personnel, and the production supervisors themselves, making sure that we're doing our support the way it should be. And a key component here is also our quality assurance and quality control processes. So to make sure that that support unit getting to your mine is of the correct quality. Because if it doesn't meet the specification that you've designed for, it can be in and it can be to standard, but you could still have that fall of ground. So in terms of the measurements that you do, during your inspections, you can check the number of identified defects or deviations. The other thing that's quite important is obviously when you pick up deviations and concerns, there's got to be an action. And how quick does it get closed out? How quickly do you action whatever needs to be done so that we can address the risk? Because obviously rock mass deforms over time, so you want to get the support in as soon as possible. And then finally on the measurements is the QA/QC processes, is you check the support meets the specifications when it's delivered. You get the OEMs that are supplying you the things to do their quality control. They've got to test the units to make sure that it is within the specification that you've designed for. In terms of mine to design, so this is critical everywhere, and it covers a whole range of items, and it will, needs to fit whatever your mining sort of method and your operation would work at. So we focus on the survey offsetting. That's the start of it, and then that enables us to be able to do a reconciliation of the plan versus action, plan versus actual, to see where we've got deviations and what actions we have to put in place to address that. Technology is coming along a long way, and we've now got 3D scanners that can go into the working areas and fully offset that excavation, so you can identify where we've got potential risks. And then critical for the critical for the seismic control is our configuration and our sequencing. So in terms of the measurements, you check the deviation from the planned dimensions. You either check that in the meters, measured in meters, or percentage of the area where the excavation would deviate, and then checking the spatial compliance, sequencing, and our mining rates. In the entry examination, making safe and TARP, this would monitor through PTOs and inspections, and this would also incorporate doing the verification and the checks on the safe declaration documentation, as well as your TARP process. Is it functioning the way it does, or as it's intended to do? Measurements, again, just looking at the number of deficiencies that we'd pick up during the PTOs or during the observations. You check the quality and the accuracy of the early entry making safe processes, and check that the TARP has been triggered when it was supposed to. So if there's a feature there that required intervention from a higher level, was it done? Did we get the intervention? Did we get the correct assessment of that feature to make sure that we can mitigate that risk? Monitoring, this comes down to, again, a lot of the technology, the systems that we put in place, seismic monitoring, roof monitoring devices, and radars in the open cast operations. So what you need to monitor is that, first of all, that you've designed appropriately to cover the operation, and that you covering all the required areas, and then the regular heart checks of that monitoring system to make sure that it's there, it's in place, and it's triggering when it should do. And vital in terms of this process, because monitoring is to give us time so that you can get out of the danger zone before the energy is released. So emergency drills are critical here. You come and you need to check the response time and the effectiveness when alarms are triggered. So again, just on the measurements, the availability and accuracy of the systems, coverage and compliance to the system, as well as the effectiveness of those emergency drills. Lastly, the human factors. And now, this, as Lizelle said, it's the trickier one to get on top of, or to get in hand. But what we need to monitor in this is the fatigue levels, because we understand that a person that is fatigued is not going to perform their duty as well as they could. Another key item here is absenteeism, because absenteeism and the next point, the crew composition and completeness. If you need to drill a panel and you've got 5 RDOs, that's your complement, but you've only got 2 of them on the job that day, you're going to inevitably get people taking shortcuts or doing risky behavior. So it's key to make sure that where we've got gaps that you plug them. And it's been spoken about the whole day. Training and competency cannot be overlooked. We need to make sure that all of our people are appropriately trained, they found competent. We do the refresher training, the on-the-job coaching, just to make sure that people are kept up to speed with what they need to do. Another important thing, and this has been also found in many of the accident investigations that are done, is how present and engaged is the supervisor of that crew to make sure that, you know, people aren't taking shortcuts, that if people aren't aware or maybe have questions, that you answer them so that they can get the necessary assistance that they need. And probably one of the most difficult ones to try and actually monitor and measure is morale of the workforce, because that plays a big impact in how present are they at their workplace and how are they carrying out their duties. So in terms of the measurements here, you check the hours at work to check the fatigue levels, absenteeism rates, and then with that, is there a handover and a change management process if we are missing people in a crew? Because it's important that there is that handover, because the supervisor that would be there or the person would know the conditions in that area better than someone that's coming in fresh. You can use your HR department or the supervisors to make sure that we are checking our crew complement. The training completion rate is another good measurement that we've got here. And then how many supervisor safety interactions are there? How many PTOs are done? Just to show and prove that our supervisors are engaged and present. And then that engagement in our safety initiatives and the willingness to bring forward any challenges or concerns that they've got would be an indication of the morale of your workforce. So, Lizelle, we've been through, you know, the what and the why. So now how? How would we take this forward?
For new mines, this is a typical process flow. First, identify your critical controls. Then you understand how you're going to monitor them, what's those key performance indicators, and how you're going to verify them. And then you do your verification. It could be through your routine inspections, your underground visits, the safety department, the rock engineering department, those kind of checks that we spoke through. And then, even if you find them in the field doing the substandard or non-compliance, there's obviously the intervention in the field and we react on it. But we then collate all this information together so that we can start picking up on hotspots, areas of concern, red flags, maybe a crew, a shift supervisor, a section, a specific workplace, a specific issue. You know, you could pick up like everybody is battling with X, Y, and Z. And you can have intervention. And then you have to decide how this reporting and these routines will happen amongst all the stakeholders so that all this intervention can actually take place. And then, you know, this continuous improvement and the cycle just repeats itself. So, but yeah, I think some mines, obviously now with the, you know, the ones we've launched is to go back and say, you know, how do we do it? And I think it takes me to the next slide is the Minerals Council has developed a 5-step implementation checklist. So those mines who are adopting, this would be just a nice step-by-step way to introduce. But I also want to challenge the mines who are already on this journey and quite mature. Just go through this checklist again and just see if there's maybe steps along the way that we can benefit from. But it's basically, you know, how you would start on this journey is you'll plan for it. Then you'll develop your leading indicators. You will then create your systems, understand how you're going to capture it. Is it Excel? Do you have some other systems that you need to integrate with? And then It is about those routines we spoke to. You know, how are you going to do this analysis? Who is the stakeholders? How the interventions will take place? And how you're going to keep the system alive and continuously improve. Because, yeah, I think, please round it off there, Matthew.
Okay. So we've learned about the 5 leading indicators that us as an industry came up for with fall of ground management, and the what, the why, the how, the processes. So now let us, as the South African mining industry, move from a reactive to a proactive fall of ground risk management process. We thank you.
Okay.
You were so quick for me, I didn't even have time to gather myself. Thank you so much, Matthew. This is for you, our appreciation. Lizelle Payavaya-Danki, thank you for really just making us understand how, you know, as the Rock Engineering Technical Committee, you are so focused and you're so proactive about how you're going to lead these, you know, fall of ground initiatives, but more importantly, how you're going to measure if things are working or not. So thank you for sharing those with us, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So there you have it. Those are the guidelines for the year ahead, and I suppose the next few years ahead, about the fall of ground controls. And I'd like you to take a pen right now and open your diary or whatever you're writing in. Let me see. Let me see. Check your neighbor and say, neighbor, where's your pen? Are you writing this down, neighbor? Please write 24 April. On the 24th of April, the Leading Indicators COPA plan session will be happening. So I wanted you to write it down so that, 1, you don't say I didn't tell you. 2, you don't say Lizelle and Matthew didn't tell you. And 3, you said no one didn't tell you. You know, okay? The 24th of April, the Leading Indicators COPA plan session will be happening. And of course, you will get communication in due time. And we hope to see you all there. Is that all I needed to say on that announcement? Ne? Dis reg so. Wonderful. Beautiful. All right. Today has been a day of such rich and such deep insights. And it's time for us to now hear from you in our next session, which is a Blitz Menti, moment that we're going to call it, where we are going to invite back Madini Muraudzi, and he's going to be joined by Mete Mzondo, who are going to be taking us through this Menti engagement. Do you know Menti? I must gauge the age group, Pella. We don't know. But it looks like you are all on it, so we're going to be getting into Menti. Where are our speakers? Oh, it's just you. Okay, Madini, I lied about you, but in the program, your name was there. All right, Menti is going to be taking us through, and you've got 10 minutes.
Yes.
15, 10.
15.
15.
Yes.
No, technically in her defense, they had 10 minutes earlier, remember, and we moved them, and they've got 10 minutes now, so we will gracefully give you 15 minutes.
You.
We're looking forward to all your feedback.
Thank you. Colleagues, before we close the proceedings today, we'd like to take this time to bring your voice into today's conversation. We've heard a lot today, great perspectives and testimonies and insights on the progress of Fogap and some of the challenges. Now we want to hear your perspective on where you want to see Fogap going forward. We'll do this through the Menti session. I'm pleading with all of you to please participate, including our colleagues online. Your input will help to shape the conversation in the future of Fogap and our journey together towards zero harm. So please use your devices, your laptop, your iPad, your iPhone, your Samsung, to scan the QR code on the screen. If you're not winning with that, okay. Madini, I'm looking at you. There we go. If you're not successful with the QR code, you can just go to your web browser to www.menti.com and just punch in the code below, 734444115. Can you see the number? That's 82 participants. I think there's way more than that in the room and online as well. Colleagues, the first question is just to test that everything is running smoothly. By how much are petrol and diesel prices expected to increase in April 2026? Can I give it a minute to make sure that the rest of us are onboarded? If you are battling, please put up your hand or ask your neighbor to assist. Twenty seconds. Next one, Madini. So the correct answer, okay, it's fine. Have you attended the Fogap Day of Learning before? Yes or no? So I'm expecting to see at least 132 responses. Please remember to answer the question and not press the like button. Ten more responses to make it 132. It's not a difficult question. Okay, I think it's clear majority of the room has attended the Fogap Day of Learning before. Madini, I think we can proceed to the next one. Which current Fogap initiatives do you anticipate making a huge impact in improving fall of ground safety? This one you'll have to put your thinking cap on. Okay, I don't see any further responses, but leading indicators is standing out as the majority initiative that you believe will improve fall of ground safety. Next one, Madini. What is the biggest achievement that your company has experienced in terms of fall of ground management? That is number of fatality-free shifts. Nothing, that's the first response. No achievements. Is this a difficult question? I see the response is very slow. Okay, let's move on, colleagues. What initiatives can we include going forward that the current strategy is not focusing on? Madini, can you change the response to show a word cloud instead of these bars? Okay, it's fine. Hundred responses. Can we get to 139, colleagues? It's the last one. Yeah. Thirty-three more, please do respond.
See? The 33 people that are standing between us and lunch, where are you? Where are you?
Colleagues, will stop it there for the sake of time, but thank you very much. We will consolidate all your responses and they will inform the strategy going forward as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Betsy. From us to you, we appreciate it. And wow, I don't know, I've never been to a conference where that's how they do feedback. This ensures that you get feedback. And to also do it before lunch, what a strategy. Because now they must participate if they want to get out of the door. I love it. I'm stealing it and taking it and recommending it to all our clients. Thank you so much for your participation and for your insights as well. As we saw, I think they said 132 people, and there were those online as well. So thank you to you. And to you that were in the room and didn't participate, wow, fix your hearts. Because as she said, there are definitely a lot more than 132 people in here, but your insights really do matter. Your feedback matters because it goes back not only into the Fogap initiatives and guiding them, but also guiding this very event and annual day of learning to see, should we even still be doing it? I know the answer is yes, of course, but what can we do better and what is it that you would like to see? So thank you so much. Our final 3 speakers for today are really just about wrapping up our day today and contextualizing everything that we have been engrossed in throughout the day and sharing their remarks. We'll start off with our closing keynote, and that is from the president of SANIRE. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Obakeng Rakumakwe.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you again. An honor to sit here. I must say, this event gets better and better every year, and I think, to give thanks to the organizing committee led by Lerato Tsele and the RETC in collaboration with SANIRE, SACMA, and AMMSA. I must say, from the past, this is the 4th one. And I've been from the first one, being with the team, and now coming to the 4th one. I must say, we're seeing it getting better and better. And I think what we saw here today is, I think, testimony of, I think, what Dr. Fulat said. I think he just left us. But it shows that combined why that we have, which I think is when we take away of what is it that we got today is the impact of collaboration, and I think this is what we're seeing today. I mean, having our colleagues, I was actually very fascinated and impressed by our Siriti team, and it shows we can take a lot from that in terms of learnings and collaborations. And I was laughing sitting to your SACMA president there, and Tatesteti, and saying, it's always funny. I'm an ultra deep rock engineer, and when you hear mining happening 30 meters and they say we're trying to measure stress, I was like, okay, that's a bit weird. But then going and looking at the work that is being put together, you get to realize that there's excellent and exceptional work that's happening out there. And forums like this, enable us to learn, which is what the day is about. It's a day of learning. And I must say, we took a lot of notes. We've learned quite a lot. But I want to start just from picking up from where Ntate Yapi, started and said, safety is like pushing water upstream. And if you look back when we started, we used to have a lot more accidents. Although we never arrive, because as long as we keep having accidents, we need to do work. But time erodes that. It's not that there's no work that's happening. I always say time takes away value in most of the initiatives, and it pushes us to the work that we've seen here today, which is innovation, which is the passion, more than anything else. I think, we were discussing the work presented by Lawrence, how groundbreaking is that? Is it gonna work? Well, it's about the intention. It's about the passion that he shows in his work. And the same that we saw from Lindokut, it's about the passion. And if we do not keep evolving and challenging the status quo and sharing it, and I mean with our colleagues, we will not evolve. So if we look at what was acceptable 20 years back in mining, it's not acceptable. Yesterday I was with one of my colleagues telling me when he started, as a miner, they told him, hey, this panel we used to take out, 2 weeks back, we took out some body bags, you go blast. It was not it was almost a norm, and it was acceptable. Holisani made a comment earlier to say, where in the times where seismicity was taken not to be manageable, it was considered an act of God. Those times are gone. Now the standards are much higher. I think even in society, you're much more careful on which words you use, because certain things which were accepted and were said jokingly are now not acceptable anymore. And I think that pushes us as people to evolve. But how do we get there? And I think that's the learning that I want to share and make it a takeaway of today. And it all starts from people. Everything we saw here, it's from people. It's the passion shown by people in what they do. And I like what Angela said, and I want to bring that. And having your why and understanding why you're doing what you're doing. Bring it closer to home. I like the example of if you consider your freezer at home, it's minus 15. To Summit, it's minus 60. We are laymen in that term. I know rocks, I know seismicity. When you talk temperature, only then I can imagine why would someone do that. I don't think you'll last in a freezer. You're the one at home, the minus 15. So I saw my fridge is a bit advanced, it's minus 25. But I thought, why would you do that? And I remember when I started in the mines at Savuka back then, and seismicity was a norm, and fatals were high. And I thought of running away, and I thought, well, the mine won't close because OB resigned. The mine will continue. I had to find my why then. And I think that pushed me into rock engineering. I could have done blasting and production, but the challenge of seismicity is what really drove me. But the rock engineers and the technology, as Yapi said, won't do it alone. And I think this is what we're seeing. Mr. Fuller taking time running a company to be here. It shows the investment by leadership. And I like what Lloyd said. Ultimately, if we step back, we've seen people come here to share what they do. And it all comes from cultivation. He said, cultivate your timber and harvest from it. If we do not create those environments where people come and shine on the stages, proudly so because they've been allowed and they've been enabled and supported, we will not get to the zero harm. It starts from the leadership and believing in why you're doing it, the why, as was the message of today. As much as it was about the summit, it was about the 6,000 brass. The summit just happened to be there as something that enabled the why. It could have been something else. It could be going to see Titanic. People do funny things. Or running from Cape to Cairo. There's a why you do that. And why cuts across different levels, if I want to put it that way. And it's always understanding. I like most of the examples where bringing it closer to home. And at times, as technical people, that's where we miss it, to bring it closer to home, to make that relationship of 13 degrees versus minus 60. To who else gave it from Evander, Mikhail, gave one example. Now it's running away. But it's always breaking it down because our whys differ across levels. A why of a miner and a team leader who wakes up at 2 will be different from a why of an executive. But you have your why that drives you. But ultimately, to be able to get to zero harm is to enable the people to thrive, is to get the right people at the right places. Create an environment where you can plant the seed and nurture it. And that starts from building the culture and having a common goal of zero harm. So with that said, I think, there's a number of takeaways that I put down, and I thought, which I've touched on them. To say, once we understand the why, and we can enable and empower, we can create exceptional and successful people. And I think some of the initiatives, or all of them, within the Fogaps are aimed at that. If we look at the SANIRE Academy, well put together, and again, I want to say this, in the absence of leadership and support, it becomes another tool, and it will not succeed. We still need to support those who need development, And that comes from the mentorship on the shaft, that comes from the involvement of the managers. A zero harm in fall of ground is not a technical work alone, as Yapi said, and it's not a rock engineering function. And I'm happy to see a multidisciplinary presence in the room, because that's where it comes from. The rock engineers will do the design, but they do not drill and blast, or they do not cut. Someone has to do that. And in every initiative or program where we're talking fall of ground, and again, goes to the TMMs as Yapi has requested, you need multidisciplinary inputs. And it's good to see that support. So, back in the frustrations, you'll hear that rock engineers, no, I'm not allowed, I wasn't allowed to go to training. The manager doesn't understand and all that. It's not about the training. It's, do we have the common why of zero harm? And do we appreciate it? Do we appreciate how it's going to get there? How empowering and supporting, creating tools and system will get us there? I always say when I talk with the rock engineers and say, every time you're given a platform, it's an opportunity to understand the differences and educate your leaders and those below you. You always manage up and down. If your leader doesn't understand and doesn't appreciate, it's your duty to empower them. Education is empowering, so that we can be able to land where we are. So, in closing, again, I want to thank the team that put this together. Oslerato pushing us, some of us absconding from some meetings due to work, but again, you put up quite a beautiful and quite an experience in this Fogap. And we hope to see more people. I think this one will spread like a wildfire, because it was quite a success. And the previous ones also very successful. And I hope we take away that we can all go make a difference. In adoption, it's always understanding why you adopt, what you need to adopt. It's not one size fits all. It's every time it must be specific, but you must believe that this is it. If it becomes a compliance, because I have to go to Mosh and say I'm adopting, but back at the ranch, it's a tick box exercise again. We've missed the plot. So I like the message of today. You might have your why, but dig deeper on your why for zero harm. What is it? What is it in your area, in your specific field? Being a GM, being a mine manager, a rock engineer, risk managers and safety practitioners. Sometimes I fight with my OEM and say, you need to also come to the party. We are partners in zero harm. And I must say, most have come to the party. We see all the innovations coming. It's a joint partnership, but it all comes from understanding your why and understanding your impact. I always, lastly, maybe just in closing, I always give an example of if you go underground in a cage. I studied mining engineering. Maybe my cages and winders are gone, but you go down because you trust in the engineer more than anything else. You trust that the engineer did what they had to do. And the same comes in when people go and cut coal and go blast, go do whatever they trust in the team that sits here, in the team that sits mostly in the office, that they did their part. And they really appreciate their why. And with that said, I want to thank you, and let's take that home. Let's go make a difference. Next year, we come share new initiatives. We adopt the current ones, we adapt them, we make them work for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ntate Rakumakwe, for your keynote, and just wrapping everything up so succinctly. I'm grateful it's not my job, so thank you that you did that. But what I take is what you shared about everything starts and ends with people.
Yeah.
That is our why. Whether it's the people in this room, your team, whether those people are your family, or it's those that you work with, it's people at the beginning and at the end of this process and why we do what we do. So thank you for that reflection, and Ratawanana next year.
No,
thank you very much. right, on to our final closing remarks, the first of which will be shared by the AMMSA Vice President, that is Mr. Mabsuka Tibane, and thereafter we will be hearing from the SACMA President, who is Ntate Mangaliso Seteti. If I could please ask them to come up one after the other, and then Siaivala Lento City, lunchtime city, weekend city, month end will be open.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mapsuka. I'm the Vice President of AMMSA. I'm standing in the shoes of the President of AMMSA as he had to deal with a pressing emergency matter. Thanks to the CEOs, COOs, mining executives, managers in office, and all distinguished guests who are here in person and those online. Thanks to the different associations for the powerful day of learning. Madam Lerato and your team, you are the best. The climb to zero, every step counts. Yes, Ndade Yapi, zero harm should not only be a slogan. It must be something that is lived. Ladies and gentlemen, for warning, I'm going to touch a nerve. Be ready. If emotion starts getting elevated, drink some water. Why are we not getting zero fall of ground? If you swim in water, you will get wet. By this logic, if you mine in rock in the summit, rocks will fall. Sounds logical. This is what defeatists have to say when the goal of zero fall of ground fatalities is stated. They think it is impossible. They say we are doing well. And yes, South African mining industry is trying. Van probeer as the best. Madam Angela Yueng, thank you. Risk is not the enemy. Ignorance is. Let's have a look at the past 20-odd years. 131 lives were lost in 2001. By 2004, the number fell to 96. This number reduced to 49 in 2010 and 23 in 2015. A record low of 6 was recorded in 2022. Statistically, the reduction is significant, but we are regressing because 15 deaths were recorded in 2023, 13 in 2024, and 2025 closed on 15. I remember in the 90s when I was a young ship boss in the gold mines, Mr. Lawrence Kiepers was my rock engineering manager in one shaft in the infamous 31 line in the VCR reef. We used to have a fall of ground fatal every month. Entry examination and making safe was introduced in 2009, and in 2012, bolts and nets were introduced as industry leading practices. Leading practices currently in progress are blast on full aerial coverage, and most recently improved illumination as presented by Ndari Edwin. When considering the trend for the past 23 years, the last major step change in the number of incidents was in 2012. From there on, the trend has plateaued out. This leads one to ask, but why? The answer is, in fact, quite simple. Most mines are stuck in the law of diminishing returns. A simple definition of law of diminishing returns is a system, product, or skills improve where the cost of the next unit of improvement increases while the gain decreases. One can only write so many procedures. One can only enforce so many procedures. One can only stick so much steel in the rock. One can only afford so much product. At some point, the entire system becomes so overcomplicated and overloaded that the crash is inevitable. This is not the way we will get to zero harm. Don't get me wrong, we can get very close, but not there, not this way. In this journey, we have gained a lot. but also we have lost a lot. Let's focus on the medium in which we mine, the rock, first. How much has the focus shifted over time from developing a deep understanding of our medium to chasing after a silver bullet? In this, our rock engineering departments have probably suffered the worst. Yes, the size of this department have increased significantly from a single strata control officer looking after a shaft in the early 2000s to where just about every mine overseer section has one today. From having a single rock engineer for a mining company to having at least one for every shaft today. The question is, how are these critical resources being utilized? Strata control officers have become an extension of safety departments where the primary focus is on compliance. These individuals spend a majority of their time auditing safety compliance and support compliance or attending to TARP triggers. Rock engineers do not fare much better. The rock engineering department has been reduced to being a production tool under the auspices of safety. The true value of solid geotechnical work is slowly being lost, and with that our understanding of the rock mass depreciates with every passing year. Geotechnical work and research has become the domain of consultants and academics. Managers, how many rock engineers in your employ readily have access to numerical modeling software? How many of those actually use the software enough to be considered proficient? How many has sufficiently powerful computers to do so? How many of them have enough time to do so? Along the same line, how many strata control officers are properly mapping joints and updating structural plans? How many are conducting regular GPR scans, borehole scopes, LiDAR scans, support quality tests, logging drill core, conducting proper rock mass rating? The list goes on. How often are laboratory rock property tests done? Ndare zikalala, in situ stress measurements. There is a vast list of geotechnical activities that are simply either not done anymore or only done once in a while or even once in a mine's life. Sometimes never. And in this is where we are losing the battle. Perhaps it's time that we break out of the law of diminishing returns. The alternative to this law is called exponential thinking. Many experts argue that instead of pouring exponential efforts into incremental gains, one should shift to exponential thinking. Rethink, don't just tweak. Incremental thinking asks, how can we make this 10% better? While exponential thinking asks, how can we make this 10 times better? 10 times is something easier. Setting a goal of 10 times often forces a complete reinvention of process, which can be more efficient than trying to force a 10% improvement out of a broken legacy system. Leverage. Exponential results come from leveraging new technologies, network effects, or totally different approaches rather than simply working harder. Perhaps the next in our journey to zero harm is actually this: more thinking, more understanding. AMMSA does not live on hope. We live on intent. AMMSA is committed to ensure that every mine employee return home unharmed. Remember, the definition of insanity is to do the same thing over and over and expect different results. I thank you.
I'm getting a present. Yes, even after shouting at all of them, you are getting a present. Ntate Tiwane, I think It is so poignant that you end up being the final speaker for today. Our final remark speaker had to urgently attend to a mat. Oh, they're here. But the way I prepared my, I was about to say we're ending it on such a poignant point. Okay, so we will have, Ntate Mangaliso, you're with us. You're with us, okay. What I was going to say, Ntate Tibane, is that even though a day like today seems as though it's mostly for really celebrating and highlighting the progress that's been made, sobering conversations like this are important. To allow us to face ourselves in the mirror, to look at ourselves and say, yes, we are progressing, but are we progressing well? Are we progressing as good as we should be? And so I hope those in the room have listened with that ear and that heart, that it's an indictment upon the industry because you want better, because you know that better can be done. And so we are thankful for your insight and for challenging us of what progress can and should look like.
Thank you very much.
Ntate Mangaliso, you are with us. I'd received a message that you had to tend to an urgent matter, but to give the closing remark.
Right?
Yes, you're right.
Okay.
You're right.
Colleagues, good afternoon. I know that it's already late for most of us, but thank you very much for making time and still staying and making sure that you're still going to learn. But I think mine is very quick. You could see even in the program, normally we alternate between AMMSA and SACMA in delivering the speeches. Mine is 5 minutes. And I promise I'm not going to go over the 5 minutes that I've been given. And I think in terms of protocols, let me acknowledge the president of AMMSA in his absentia. Mhlekazi also, we acknowledge you on delivering the speech. The president of SANIRE, remembering you from COVID, and thank you for really honoring us and be part of this program today. And also the past president of SANIRE, Kelvin, I really want to recognize you. By the way, you was my mentor when I was still in high school, teaching me science, and it's really amazing to see you here again. And the part that you guys have played in making sure that SANIRE becomes what it is today. The organized labor colleagues also appreciate it. I've seen some of the members from AMCU, and NAM as well, you are appreciated. Solidarity, I've seen some of the members that I've also seen in the coal sector. We acknowledge your presence in this type of gatherings. Managers in the offices, I've seen also the past president of SACMA was also here, Mr. Harting. Unfortunately, also had to leave. We also acknowledge you. All the members of SANIRE, the rock engineers, I know that in the offices, the miners will always make sure that whatever that you recommend, there's always going to be issues. With the rock engineers saying this, now we must do this and this. But you are highly appreciated. And I think we can attest the quality of the presentations that we have seen today. They are on another level. Colleagues, let's give them a round of applause. And I think also the leadership from the DMPR. At some point in Mhlekazi, I thought, good, and then you are still the PI. But it was also heartwarming to see that at least now you went back to the industry as a sustainability manager. But we really want to acknowledge the department, making sure that they keep us on the line when it comes to issues of compliance. And obviously, managers in the offices, you are also highly appreciated. And also the speakers that took their time to come and share with us their learnings. Today, it is a day of learning. And obviously, from SACMA point of view, we have taken issues of sharing of incidents very, very seriously. It is part of the cornerstone of how we run the South African Colliery Managers Association. Day of learnings are happening every month, and there is a reason why we do that. There's no manager who wants to report that there's been a fatality in their workings. And as such, from SACMA,
a day of learning like this one, we take it very seriously. And we really acknowledge the work that Morena, that you guys have done from SANIRE. Because one is that if you look at the coal sector, fall of ground, years before, it was one of the big issues that we have experienced. But currently, as we are talking, the coal industry has been classified as a sunset industry. And I'll just expand a bit on that. Fall of grounds have been very, very high in the coal sector before. And there's been a drastic change. You hear there and there, there was a fall of ground. Fatalities linked to fall of ground have been minimized significantly. The biggest one is more on TMM, and the coal sector is also doing exceptionally well in dealing with those. You can reflect a year before, which is 2024, we had about 6 fatalities. Last year, we only had 2 fatalities, right? And we can give the coal sector a round of applause for that. And I think all of those, they don't just come easy. This type of sittings and forums, they play a significant role in making sure that zero harm can be achieved. And out of the 2 that we had last year, which it was a big improvement from 6 to 2, so all the companies are playing a significant role. The lady who was here talking about Mount Everest, Angela, she basically ignited something to me. One is that you would not see anyone, I've watched a lot of documentaries, you will not see a single person climbing the summit on their own, right? And that talks about collaboration. If you look at the documentaries, there's a lot of issues that happen with the avalanches. People get killed as they go up. But there are people that also play a significant role in ensuring that the teams, they get to the summit successfully. And that story sits very well with SACMA. And why we talk about collaboration, as I indicated, we've got days of learning every month. We share incidents, and we take those incidents very seriously. We want to make sure that there are no repeats when it comes to any incident. Rock engineering-related incidents, we share them. If there's a fall of ground and someone was injured, even if it was a near miss, we share those incidents. We allow managers in the office to learn, and from learning, it's about implementing those actions that different mines they've taken to curb those injuries. And I think it was also very pleasing. I remember last year when we were at Emperor's Palace, different mines sharing their zero fatality drives, and it was really impressive. And I remember sitting with the president by then, which it was Mr. Hatting, to say, can we really have the coal miners also coming and sharing what are those good practices that they are doing? And we're still going to do that. I've said to Obakeng, next year we might bring almost 3. After this event, which is a commitment that we're going to make, is that we'll also have a day of learning for coal miners. It's a sunset industry. Why I'm saying that? The coal sector, with the renewable energies that are happening, it's at risk. It's fully understood. Some of the mines are coming to an end in the next 3 years. Some of the mines are coming to an end in the next 5 years, and even 15 years. There's very few mines that are going over 20 years from now. But what we are seeing as a trend is that you see a lot of mines going to mine the remnants. And I'm trying to use that term because it's more used in the metalliferous site. They go and mine the pillars, and they go to the old workings and all that, which poses a very, very high risk when it comes to the fall of ground. And this type of a setting, we take it very much in assisting some of those mines. But I think in terms of, not to go over, because I had a lot of things that I've written, but it's to acknowledge the team from Mineral Council with the work that you guys have done in assisting the industry. Enkosi.
Even your 5 minutes, if you want something. And Koskakuru, that as I said, for not having to rush off and for just squeezing us in, but also really doing the important job of thanking people, because today, a day like this does not come together without many hands working together and reminding us of the power of collaboration, as you're referencing Angela's talk. Amanda,
Thanks.
I know somebody is sitting saying, "Dankie, Father." Dankie toch. Yes, we are at the end. We have made it. Thank you so, so much, ladies and gentlemen, for your presence, for your attention, for your participation. A day like today only works because you chose to show up and be a part of the change that we want to see in the mining industry. Lunch will be at Billy G's. You will be directed. There will be ushers, so please do join us for lunch. Also, we still have our photo wall outside, so please have some fun there before you head over to lunch. And our OEMs, I see they're not all packed up, so if you'd like to perhaps, visit them and have a conversation for the next 5-10 minutes or so, if they may please indulge us and allow you to do that. That brings to an end the Fogap 2026 Annual Day of Learning. It has been a rich day. I sincerely hope that what Mr. Yapi had to share at the beginning is what you take with you, that you may invest heavily, not only in money and resources, but in time and purpose. May you continue to learn intensely, to adapt, to learn, to implement, to refine as you go along, and with every single talk and every single insight that you move the goal forward of the climb to zero, continuing and of course going over and beyond that, because every step counts. It has been such a pleasure to facilitate you throughout the day.
I just want to go back.